The Senate will come to order. Senator Hoffman.
Mr. President, I impose a call of the Senate.
The Senate is now under call. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, if you'd be so kind as to stand. In our tradition, we always start with the prayer, which is followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Today, I'm proud to say that the chaplain is Reverend Lisa Janke from Mount Olive Lutheran Church in Rochester, Minnesota. And another gentle reminder, following the prayer, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Grace to you and peace. If you wish, I invite you to join me in a deep, generous breath. Blessed are you who are here, whether in person or remotely. You who are bright-eyed and ready for this long day ahead, or you who are already running on fumes, wondering if it's too soon for another cup of coffee. Blessed are you who are still making your way here, perhaps because you answered the phone call or finally found an opportunity for that conversation, even though you didn't want to. Blessed are you who feel life and work is running smoothly, and blessed are you who can't imagine what running smoothly would feel like. Blessed are you whose email is a constant source of stress or despair. And blessed are you who are thanked on a regular basis. Blessed are you whose constituents energize you. And blessed are you who feel worn out from cynicism or feel like you have the most thankless job on earth. Blessed are you who are feeling courageous. Blessed are you who are feeling conflicted. Blessed are you who are feeling numb. Blessed are you, all of you, for you have been created for goodness and equipped with skills to be brave advocates, thoughtful listeners, and generous colleagues. May this be true for you today and always. Amen.
Thank you, members. The secretary will take the roll.
Abler, Anderson, Barr, Bolden, Carlson, Champion, Coleman, Swadzinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Drazkowski, Duckworth, Diedzik, Eichhorn, Farnsworth, Fateh, Frentz, Green, Grunhagen, Gustafson, Hochschild, Herr, Hoffman, Housley, Howe, Jasinski, Johnson, Klein, Coran, Kroon, Kunish, Kupek, Lang, Latz, Liskey, Limmer, Lucero, Mann, Marty, Matthews, McQuaid, McEwen, Miller, Mitchell, Mohammed, Morrison, Murphy, Nelson, Umu Verbaten, Pappas, Pa, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rasmussen, Rest, Seeberger, Utke, Weber, Wiesenberg, Westland, Westrom, Wickland, Zhang.
Members, I'm proud to say that a quorum is present. The following members intend to vote from a remote location pursuant to Rule 40.7. Senator Anderson, Senator Barr, Senator Bolden, Senator Draheim, Senator Diedzik, Senator Green, Senator Housley, Senator Miller, Senator Umu Verbaten, Senator Rarick, Senator Weber, Senator Wiesenberg, and Senator Westrom. For your understanding, members, there's a conference committee that is meeting, and pursuant to Rule 12.5, Senator Hoffman moved that the following members be excused for a conference committee, Senate file number 4399 at 10 a.m. That would be Senators Hoffman, Senator Mann, and Senator Utke. On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, just so you know, those members will still be voting, but we just want to make sure that information is on the record. If you'd like to follow along, I am starting to read from the Senate agenda dated May 3rd, 2024. We will begin with the second order of business, executive and official communications. The following communication was received and referred as indicated. And member, no action is required. We'll now move to the third order of business, messages from the House. There's a message to read in the addendum. The secretary will read the message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following House files herewith transmitted. House file numbers 2609, 3757, and 4300. Signed, Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
And members, remember, no action is required. We will now proceed to the fourth order of business, first reading of House bills. The House files have been given their first reading and referred as indicated. Senator Murphy for a motion to lay House File 3757 on the table. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay House File 3757 on the table.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members will now proceed to the fifth order of business. Senator Murphy for a motion to adopt the committee reports.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee reports printed in the agenda and the addendum be adopted.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members will now proceed to the sixth order of business. That would be the second reading of Senate bills. The secretary will read the Senate file number.
Senate file number 5234.
The Senate file has been given its second reading. We'll now proceed to the seventh order of business, second reading of House bills. The secretary will read the House file numbers.
House file numbers 2476, 3488, 3911, 5040, and 5242.
The House files have been given their second reading. Members will now proceed to the eighth order of business, introduction and first reading of Senate bills. The bills listed on today's introduction calendar are given their first reading, and they are referred as indicated. We will now proceed to the ninth order of business, which is motions and resolutions. Remaining under motions and resolutions, Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills be made special orders for immediate consideration. Members, the list is on your desk.
Members, that is correct. The special orders list is on your desk. We will begin with House File 4757. Senator Port.
Good morning, Mr. President and members. It is my honor to be here today to present to you House File 4757, the first ever Office of Cannabis Management Agency bill. If you recall, last year we did historic work to start correcting the harms and failures of prohibition. As I said many times last year, this would not be the last time the legislature hears a cannabis bill. Prohibition of alcohol ended nearly 100 years ago, and we still hear alcohol-related bills every session. This newly legalized and regulated industry is in its infancy, and we're here to continue the work we started last year. In partnership with the new Office of Cannabis Management, this bill improves and streamlines the licensing process and supply chain. It strengthens our social equity goals, accelerates the transition of enforcement infrastructure and resources, and it expands protections for medical patients. The OCM has done significant community engagement, worked with other regulatory bodies from states that have already gone through this process, and gotten input from regulatory industry experts. This year, we moved the bill through 7 committee stops and made space to hear from stakeholders and members who wanted to discuss adjustments. We're experiencing the launch of the cannabis industry in Minnesota, and like any new industry, it will not be fully grown on day one. This bill works to ensure a successful market launch and support the industry and Minnesotans involved in this industry as it grows and develops. Mr. President, I have several amendments, but would like to start with the A47, please.
Senator Port offers the A47, did you say?
That's correct, 47.
the A47 amendment, and the secretary will report the A47 amendment. And if you give us one moment, Senator Port, because it's not at the desk, just give us one moment. Thank you for your patience. Senator Port, they are coming in with your amendment, so if you just pause for a second, we will make sure we start right when that comes in so you can, relax a moment. Thank you so much. We now have it, and the secretary will report the A47 Port Amendment.
Senator Port moves to amend House File Number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. This is the A47 amendment.
Senator Port to your A47 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a technical amendment that contains recommendations from council and the revisers. It is not substantive, and I ask for a yes vote.
Any discussions on the A47? Senator Rasmussen.
Mr. President, the amendment isn't yet posted online nor has been distributed. We just ask for the time to make sure we can review the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
We will honor that request. Thank you so much. If during the day, if something is not online, please feel free to let me know, and we'll slow down enough in order to make sure that everyone has the information. Thank you, Senator Rasmussen. We will hold for a moment for it to be posted. Thank you so much. Senator Rasmussen, is it posted? Okay, it's posted. You got to give me this right here, because if you just do this, I don't know what that means. Thank you so much. Any questions on or discussion on the A47 amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A47 is adopted. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer the A63.
Senator Port offers the A63. The secretary will report the A63.
Senator Port moves to amend House File Number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 63, line 15, delete persons and entities. This is the A63 amendment.
Senator Port to your A63 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We added an amendment to the bill in Commerce this week to ensure that it's true parties of interest submitting applications and seeking licenses, not people flooding the application system with shell applications to increase the odds of getting a license, or large financiers trying to take advantage of social equity applicants. This amendment finalizes the language, ensuring that OCM can operationalize and also enforce these requirements. I ask for a green vote.
Members, as my understanding is not posted yet. Is that correct? All right, we'll wait a minute for it to be posted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the bill author yield for a question?
Senator Rasmussen, do you want to wait until it's posted, or do you still want to go forward with asking the questions? I'm okay either way.
I'd like to ask the question, Mr. President.
All right, Senator Port, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Port. Senator Port, I was wondering if you could just talk through some of the changes that are being made in this amendment. I see that we're changing some numbers here in the bill. I was wondering if you could explain what the implications of those changes would be.
Senator Port to the question. If you need a moment, go ahead. While Senator Port is taking a moment, we are still working on getting the A63 posted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the question, Senator Rasmussen. The numbers are reductions on the amount of applications an individual person or entity can put into the application process, and puts those down to one, so that we are having one person, one application.
And members, the A63 is now posted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Port. And one question I have on this, Mr. President, if Senator Port will continue to yield.
Senator Port, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Port. And so when we're looking at the limitations on applications, is that simply how many they could submit into the proposed lottery in this bill? Or does that limit how many licenses that they could ultimately hold? And the situation I'm thinking about is if you had a cannabis business that perhaps wanted to have more than one location or wanted to have several retail locations, would that limit this if this A63 amendment is adopted?
Senator Port to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rasmussen. It does both. It limits only to one application, but also only to one license type unless it is in places where you can be vertically integrated. And it does still account, if you have a retail license, you can still have up to 5 locations with that retail license.
Senator Rasmussen, any additional questions?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Port. No, I think understand what the amendment is doing, and so I appreciate having the time to go through it. I think we'll talk more about this later today in the debate, but I get concerned that effectively with how complicated this cannabis regulatory infrastructure is, that it's ultimately going to end up resulting in an unworkable market where the illicit market is able to continue to fill the void. And so that will just be a continued concern that we'll be talking about today. But thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on the A63 amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A63 is adopted. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would bring the A61, please.
Senator Port offers the A61 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A61.
Senator Port moves to amend House File Number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment as follows. Page 111, line 4, delete everything after period. This is the A61 amendment.
Senator Port to your A61 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the A61 addresses the sort of early cultivation process that we have been working with OCM on. This has always been part of the launch of a market, understanding that cultivation needs to come before retail. And that staging process has always been allowable for OCM to do under the rules. What we did in the bill in Commerce is really pull this out and separate it into an individual subsection so that applicants understand what is doable. And with the passage of this bill, also moving over the current medical cultivation rules, it allows for OCM to authorize businesses who would like to cultivate to do so under those rules in a pre-approval process. What this amendment does is it inserts a date for this process to begin. It must be announced by July 15th of 2024, and the OCM must begin accepting applications by August 1st of 2024. And it also changes a may to a must, that the OCM must begin allowing those who apply for a cultivation license to begin cultivating if they choose. Members, I ask for a green vote.
Senator Rasmussen to the A61 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and was wondering if the bill author would yield for a question.
Senator Port, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Port. And I know, Senator Port, we had the chance to talk about this in the Commerce Committee, but I was wondering if for members of the body here, you could talk about the process that individuals would go through to become pre-approved and to be eligible for early cultivation, because I, for one, find it a little confusing that, effectively we will be allowing individuals to start cultivating cannabis before they are awarded a license to cultivate cannabis. And so, Mr. President, that's my question for Senator Porter. If she could just talk through that process that the Office of Cannabis Management will have for this license pre-approval and this early cultivation process.
Senator Porter to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rasmussen. Yes, Mr. President, the application process, in particular the pre-approval application process, is laid out in detail in the bill with all of the things that any applicant will need in order to be able to apply for a license. The pre-approval process is open for social equity applicants to be sort of pre-approved for that license type, but that the license does not activate until rules have been promulgated. What this bill does by moving over the current med cultivation rules is gives OCM the ability to start that cultivation process even without starting the retail process or any other part of the process, only turning on the cultivation portion of those licenses. So you would fill out the application, you would get approval from the Office of Cannabis Management that your application is in order. You would be entered into the lottery to get approved for a license. If you are approved, you would then need certification from your locality. This is the local control that we worked on very closely together last year to ensure that you are following local zoning ordinances and things like that. Once you have that, the Office of Cannabis Management can grant you what is essentially a pre-approved license that will take effect once rules have gone into effect. In this case, because we are also moving over the med rules, as I've said, that would allow for cultivation to begin at that point. They would have an active cultivation license at that point, but it would be the only part of their license that is activated until the full rules have been adopted.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Porter. I do appreciate you taking us through this complicated process and these different stages and steps. Mr. President, when I'm looking at the amendment, the A61 amendment, page 1, line 6, says to, on page 114, line 22, delete may and insert must. But Mr. President, when I look at the bill before the body on page 114, line 22, there isn't a word may. And so, Mr. President, point of parliamentary inquiry, how do we address a situation where the amendment doesn't reflect the language that's in the bill?
If you give me a moment. Senator Rasmussen, this is a journal correction that will be done upon the engrossment. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just say, if we're deleting a may and inserting a must, it's really important for us to know which may is being deleted and where that must is being inserted. And when I look at the amendment, the A61, it's not clear to me what may is being deleted and what must is being inserted.
Senator Port, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if I could offer an oral amendment to the amendment to change on line 1.6, instead of line 22, it would be line 29.
The Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Port moves to amend the A61 amendment as follows. On line 1, or page 1, line 6 of the amendment, delete 22 and insert 29.
Any other discussion to the amendment to the amendment? Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And actually, Representative Rasmussen got to it first. This was the exact question I was going to ask as well. But, Mr. President and Senator Port, I deduced that this would have been the word may one line previous. So I was expecting your oral amendment to be making the change on line 21, not line 29. So I just want to confirm this is indeed the correct may, that the oral amendment that's been made, or should it be the line 21? If Senator Port would yield for a question and just explain this further.
Senator Port, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Port, to the question.
Thank you, Senator Lucero. I think we should check with staff. I have the first engrossment in front of me.
Unofficial engrossment 2.1 has to do with retention of applications, not the early cultivation. We're looking at the early cultivation section, which is 0.29.
Yeah, on the first unofficial engrossment that I have in front of me, it is 114.29. The Office of Cannabis Management may authorize a social equity applicant with a license pre-approval. That should be a may to a must.
Any other questions on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment to the amendment, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. Members, we are now on the underlying amendment. Senator Lucero. Oh, hold it. I'm sorry, Senator Lucero. Senator Rasmussen had the floor. Are you okay with going to Senator Lucero? Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, now that we've made that change to the amendment, it is now going to read that the Office of Cannabis Management must authorize social equity applicant. This whole idea of social equity is one that I'm sure we'll get into a much deeper conversation later, but because I have great concerns with this topic, I'm going to ask for a roll call on this amendment as amended.
Roll call has been requested. Roll call has been granted. Any other discussion on the A61 amendment? Seeing none, a roll call requested. Here we go. And the secretary will take the roll. Oh, Senator Rasmussen, I saw you talking. I'm sorry. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would recommend a no vote on this amendment. And the reason is this is really going back to the core problem with the bill last year, which was we legalized cannabis before we had the legal structure in place. And effectively, what the body would be doing by adopting this amendment is requiring the Office of Cannabis Management to allow people to cultivate cannabis commercially before they have a license to cultivate cannabis commercially. And would also, Mr. President, direct members to other language that's included in this early cultivation piece, which says the office shall establish temporary guidelines through agency policy. And in the Commerce Committee, we talked about that language. And effectively, the answer that we got from the director of the Office of Cannabis Management is the reason they need this is because they don't have time to do rulemaking. They don't have time to do the rulemaking for this, so they need to have these pre-authorized approvals to allow people who don't have a license to start doing things that would normally be licensed. And I understand that there are folks that want to have the cannabis industry open and running today. But I think for the health and safety of Minnesotans, for public safety, for just regulatory integrity and an open and transparent process that would allow Minnesotans to engage on rulemaking, it's really important that we don't do an end around. And that's what this amendment would do. And it would not only take away the ability for the Office of Cannabis Management to determine what that process should be and have some flexibility, it would require them to start issuing these licenses that aren't really licenses to allow something to happen before the rulemaking process is done, just in an effort to rush this process. And I think, Mr. President, that's again why we have a more than 100-page bill before us less than a year ago when the original House File 100 was passed. It was passed too quickly. There's a lot of open questions, and there's a lot of issues with it. And unfortunately, I believe this would be creating yet another issue that will create complexities for Minnesotans and is not the right way for this legislature to go.
Senator Port, before I call on you, I want to call on Senator Kroon because you're going to be the last voice that we hear before we vote. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I encourage members to vote no on this amendment as well. I'm really concerned about these temporary guidelines that are being established here. I don't know what that means. Is it rulemaking? Is it not rulemaking? How are courts supposed to interpret this after the fact? It just seems like we're in uncharted territory here from a legal standpoint. What this means, what happens if the guidelines aren't followed, the legal implications of that. It just seems like we're rushing to get this going, and we're not thinking through all of the repercussions, all the legal implications. I don't see any clause in here that specifically says that the agency is not to do rulemaking. I know that there's not enough time, but rulemaking is a term, a legal term that signals certain things to courts. And so I just don't know what these temporary guidelines mean. And so because of the legal confusion here and the legal complexities, I would encourage members to vote no. Thank you.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. And would Senator Port yield for a question?
Senator Port, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the question I have is, when we change this may to a must, my concern is we're gonna require the Office of Cannabis Management to issue those pre-approval for growing and these other licenses as listed. My concern is when I get down to line 115.6, it says that they're going to establish temporary guidelines through the agency policy. Can you tell me what enforcement, coming from the enforcement background as a building official and fire marshal, my question is usually in state statute or rules, we know how to enforce that. How is the Office of Cannabis Management going to enforce their guidelines on these people that get their pre-approval license?
Senator Port, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Howe. This is temporary guidelines through policymaking are interior agency guidelines. The rules for which cultivation will need to be run and for which anyone who has these licenses will need to follow is in Part B under Minnesota Rules, Part 4770.0100. Those are the med rules that will be used to cover the cultivation portion of it. The agency part is simply interior agency guidelines that will be published, but temporary until their full rulemaking is complete.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will she continue to yield?
Senator Port, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Port, I guess where I'm looking at is these are their guidelines, but what force of law do they have? How do they enforce these guidelines if the rulemaking hasn't been completed yet? And how do they enforce that to these growers?
Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, these are interior agency guidelines for how the agency will create processes, things like that. The rules for which cultivators will be enforced is in Part B, and because we are moving the Department of Medical Cannabis over to the Office of Cannabis Management, they will have the full authority to enforce those rules.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I believe that especially since the Office of Cannabis Management has expedited rulemaking authority, that they should use that approval of using expedited rulemaking authority to get their rules in place prior to having to must issue these pre-approvals. So members, I recommend a no vote on this. We don't normally issue expedited rulemaking authority unless there's a reason to do it. And there is a reason to do it, but now it's not even fast enough. We're going to issue temporary guidelines and operate under those before we even use the expedited rulemaking authority to make it happen. So I recommend a no vote on the amendment.
Members, we're on the A61 as amended. The last voice you'll hear before we vote will be that of Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. And while I appreciate the concerns that have been raised by my colleagues, they are concerns to the underlying bill and really have not a single concern been raised by the actual language of the amendment. This amendment inserts a period so that the public, so that potential applicants will know when this process will begin to open and have a date by which the office needs to begin this process. And it removes the question from applicants of if they do qualify, will they receive that application? It changes that from a possibility to a confirmed must. I ask for a green vote. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A61 as amended. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes aye.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes aye.
And Senator Frentz votes aye.
And Senator Friends votes aye. Members, please remember that we'll wait for the conference committee to those who want to come up and vote as well. Member, please remember that when we're under a vote, no one is supposed to be at another person's desk. That includes staff. We're under a vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Barr votes no.
Senator Barr votes no.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Westrom votes no.
Senator Westrom votes no.
Senator Weber votes no.
Senator Weber votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
Senator Rarick votes no.
And Senator Rarick votes no. All All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 29 noes, the A61 amendment as amended is adopted. Senator Port, the floor was yours. Are you complete? All right. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the rush to legalize cannabis last year, we continue to have a lot of challenges facing Minnesotans. And as you can see with the bill before us today, this is a complex and biased licensure process. And there's been a focus on trying to reward certain groups, but failing to prioritize safety, especially for children. And one of the big problems, Mr. President, that we saw with last year's bill was that even though it stated that that cannabis for individuals under the age of 21 was against the law, that you could not possess or consume cannabis while being underage, there was no penalty associated with that prohibition. And so, Mr. President, I would offer the A34 to address that.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A34 amendment. The Secretary will report the A34.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend House File Number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment as follows. Page 14 after line 26, insert. This is the A34 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen to your A34 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. What the A34 amendment does is that it creates a misdemeanor for underage consumption and possession of cannabis. And this mirrors what we do for alcohol. If we have someone underage who consumes or is under possession of alcohol, there's a misdemeanor associated with it. This is an amendment that was brought to me from local law enforcement and prosecutors who are getting calls from school administrators saying that they have students who are using and possessing cannabis, and they're concerned about it. And today, local law enforcement, local prosecutors have no tools to ensure that kids are protected from the harmful influence of drugs. We do this for alcohol, we do this for tobacco, we have penalties, and we restrict where these products are sold to limit exposure. But for cannabis, we have nothing. And Mr. President, I don't even know why we made it against the law if we don't have any penalties associated with it. So I think this amendment would fix a critical issue with last year's bill and help ensure the safety of young people who I think we want to protect. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Port to the A34.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. If prohibition worked, it would have worked over the last 100 years. Prohibiting does not work. What does work is investments in peer-to-peer education, investments in youth-based programming. Those are the things that work, and those are the things that our bill last year invested in. We also kept in the bill last year as really the most strongly worded and highest penalties in the bill are for sales to minors. Continuing to criminalize small possession, we know, because we have all of the data for the last 60 years, is incredibly disproportionately enforced. In Minnesota, if you are a person of color who is caught with cannabis, you are 4 to 8 times more likely to be prosecuted for it and to be convicted for it. Yet, communities of color in Minnesota and white communities use cannabis at the same rate. We know that there is bias in enforcement of this law. That is why we specifically went to decriminalization. Recriminalizing this is not the path to ensuring that our kids have healthy, safe futures. Education and investments in youth programming are the ways to ensure that our kids have healthy, safe futures, not continuing to prop up a school-to-prison pipeline. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Grudenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I rise in support of the A34. And we need to have consequences to when they go after our children, okay? We know a host of problems that develop from this, especially from the use of marijuana. You know, we've got all kinds of programs, but yet we continue to see addiction among young people rise. And we do know, I did jail ministry for 13 years, probably a few years more. They did let me out on Sunday nights. But one of the things that you begin to understand is the promotion of addiction to young people and the devastating consequences it has in their lives. And, if I can get you addicted to a product I'm selling, is that good for me financially? In fact, I used to ask some of the prisoners, when they got a little irritated at me, I can be irritating once in a while, but I used to ask some of the prisoners, has the illegal drug pusher been here to visit you? Has the pornography people been here? No, they haven't. They don't show up, and yet you deal with the consequences of the exploitation of these children. And like this amendment says, it's for persons under 21 years old. And we know in studies of the brains, and you can research this, that you don't have the cognitive ability to weigh the consequences of your decision making until you're about 25 years old. So when we open the door to the sale of an addictive product and legalize it to our minors, you're asking for nothing but trouble in their lives. And again, I've seen the exhaust of addiction to our young people. Second thing, the other reason I'd say you should vote green on this amendment, just go to the Center for the Disease Control under the consequences of marijuana on the teen brain. And I'll just read a couple things. It says the teen brain is actively developing and continues to develop until around age 25. Marijuana use during adolescence and young adult may harm the developing brain. That's what the people who push this on minors do. Secondly, they list some of the negative side effects. Number 1, difficulty in thinking and problem solving. Number 2, problems with memory and learning. Number 3, reduced coordination. Number 4, difficulty maintaining attention. Number 5, problems with school and social life. So members, go to the Center for the Disease Control. They will document the negative consequences to our minors who don't have the ability to weigh the consequences of the decisions that they've made. And once you get somebody addicted at a young age, and unfortunately that's what we tend to have legalized in this country since the 60s, is the legalization of addiction to our children and even our adults. It is extremely financially profitable, but it's the wrong thing for our children. Their health is a blessing. And to give it away to addiction is unconscionable and corrupt. And yet that's what the current bill does. So Senator Rasmussen's bill at least takes a step of consequences for doing this to the children. And I would strongly urge a green vote. Vote green. Thank you.
Members, remember, as a gentle reminder, we're on the A34 amendment. That is what is before the body. I am now going to Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Senator Rasmussen's A34 amendment. We heard that prohibition doesn't work, and of course that's a good soundbite, but we don't really believe that. Many of the laws we pass are prohibitions, and if prohibition doesn't work as a general concept, then why even have age restrictions, and why do we prohibit minors from possessing alcohol, possessing tobacco, smoking cigarettes, vaping, gambling? If prohibition doesn't work, the logic is get rid of all the prohibitions on those as well. Of course, nobody's suggesting that. And so we need to legislate more than just off of sound bites, Mr. President. We heard about education. Well, that's important too, but education and enforcement are not mutually exclusive concepts. We can do both at the same time. And when I'm out talking to people in my district and say there are no penalties for minors possessing or consuming cannabis under our new law, they look at me with a state of disbelief. They think it's a joke, and I say, no, I'm not joking. And there's other valuable things that can come with making underage possession of cannabis a misdemeanor, just like we do with alcohol. With a misdemeanor penalty, if a minor gets caught, they at least have to deal with the repercussions. They'll have to go to court, and they will learn accountability in that process. Without any penalty, there is no accountability. And actually what they do is they learn to disrespect the law. The rule of law itself is eroded, and that can have further negative consequences for their life down the road. This is serious. We need to be serious legislators here. If we're not willing to treat cannabis the same as alcohol when it comes to underage consumption, we're not being serious legislators. I encourage a yes vote on this. Thanks.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I rise to support this amendment. I will tell you that I don't believe that anyone here would recommend removing the prohibition and the requirements that we have on alcohol consumption for those under 21. And I believe that we need to take care of our children. And that's the emphasis that we have to put on this. And if there's no, if you don't discipline folks, you don't get the results at the end that you want. And this doesn't mean we're going to lock them up and throw away the key, but it gets them into the system and provides them an avenue to adjust their activity. The same as we do when we catch them with alcohol under the age of 21. And the results should be the same. We should be working towards the same event. Consumption of an illegal substance for our youth is a big deal, and we should address it as such. Currently, we have no way to address it, and this provides us the tools to educate and to show them there's a consequence to their actions, and so they can get the help they need and actually become responsible. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members,
Vote
we're on
yes
the I'm sorry. Members, we're on the 834. I'm going to Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to share the shock that I heard from Senator Port in her remarks that prohibition doesn't work. Now, I think that's a true statement in some contexts, but the way that it was stated was that it was a global context, and that certainly isn't the case. Mr. President, as was highlighted here by a few members, several examples, I want to add to that list. We have a prohibition right now. People under 18 cannot get piercings without parental approval. We have prohibitions on tattooing without parental approval. Why do we have these prohibitions? And this is speaking strictly and directly to the A34 and in response to the author of the A34's comments. That prohibition doesn't work. Why do we have that? Because it's well recognized that children in many circumstances lack the forethought, lack the capacity to fully comprehend the decisions that they're making. So why support this amendment, which I do? Why support this amendment? To make it a misdemeanor for somebody under the age of 21. Because there's long precedent in many different examples that have been cited. But here's another one that's very recent. This is NPR News. What's the date on this? April 25th, so just a few days ago. The Minneapolis City Council unanimously passed an ordinance that requires retailers to sell packets of cigarettes for at least $15. Now, granted, this is cigarettes. The amendment before us is dealing with marijuana. I understand that. But here's the point. The ordinance's backers, those that supported raising a pack of cigarettes to $15, and city staff say it will encourage smokers to quit and will save money. What does the word encourage mean? Encourage is to direct somebody in a desired direction, away from an undesired direction, in this case, in the opinions of the backers and the city staff. Now, they weren't using criminal law in the Minneapolis ordinance scenario. They're using price. They're using minimum price to dissuade a person from engaging in a particular behavior. Now, what's the linkage? The linkage is whether smoking a cigarette or whether smoking marijuana. It's inhaling a substance. And I know there's pushes around here specific to cigarettes. We have minimum age of 18, and there's the movement to raise it to 21. Why do they want to raise it to 21? What's the magic number of 21? It's the same number that's used in the A34 amendment before us, 21. The movement in regards to tobacco has been going on for decades. This legislation before us, marijuana, the movement has also been going on for many decades, but it's been passed into Minnesota statute, obviously, just last year. And so, whereas the other movement is very mature, this is less mature, but no less significant. No less significant. And I'm absolutely in support of the Rasmussen A34 amendment because of that significance. Age 21 is less than the Gruenhagen the study that Senator Gruenhagen cited in regards to thinking, capacity, fully understanding the consequences, and someone's future in the decisions that they make. 26 was what Senator Gruenhagen said. This is age 21. So I submit, Mr. President, we may even want to offer an amendment to raise 21 up to 26 to match what's happening in modern day society with the capacity to fully understand the consequences of one's decisions. But then back to the chief authors of this amendment, this was not, I may have misspoke earlier, Mr. President. Let me correct myself in case I did misspeak. I may have attributed Senator Port as the author of the A34 amendment. If that's what I said, I was wrong. I was wrong. The author of this amendment is Senator Rasmussen. So let's make it very clear, Mr. President, so as to not confuse anybody who might be listening. Senator Rasmussen is the author of the A34 amendment, and he is the one proposing to raise this up to age 21 and then have a criminal penalty. It is Senator Port, who's the chief author of the underlying bill, who is opposing the Rasmussen A34 amendment, and in her comments to oppose the A34 amendment, she says, prohibition doesn't work. I'm thinking back when I was young. I did not smoke marijuana. I did not smoke cannabis, even though it would have been illegal back when I was in high school. One of the variables, one of the factors that led into my decision making was the fact that it is illegal. So even when I was in high school, so this would have been 16, 17 years old, I thought to myself, I do not want to engage in an activity that is illegal. Now, perhaps I was the anomaly, because there's a lot of peer pressure. And I know that there's a fascination with young people wanting to engage in smoking marijuana. And we are going to have companies, industries, individuals that are going to take advantage of our youth.
Point of
who
order.
are going to target our youth.
For what purpose do you rise?
Point of order, Mr. President.
State your point of order.
Mr. President, I challenge the germaneness under Rule 35-2 of the A35, which creates criminal penalties in a bill that carries no other provisions which do so, and clearly is outside the scope of the intent and purpose of the bill before the body.
Advice, Mr. President.
Hold on one moment. So your point of order is pursuant to Rule 35.2, Senator Klein?
Mr. President, that's correct.
Advice.
Advice, Mr.
Senator
President.
Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill before the body is a more than 100-page cannabis omnibus bill. And when you look at the bill title, it talks about enforcement for unlicensed businesses. This is a bill that deals with cannabis comprehensively. And Mr. President, this amendment is germane to the topic. If we're going to have prohibitions and not be able to have amendments on enforcement, that doesn't make sense. If we look at Rule 35.2, it says that a non-germane amendment includes one that, one, relates to a substantially different subject. The A34 amendment relates to cannabis. The bill before the body relates to cannabis. They are precisely the same subject, not a substantially different subject. If we go on to the second portion of the non-germanement rule under 35.2, it says is intended to accomplish a substantially different purpose than that of the original bill to which it is proposed. The bill before the body is dealing with the regulation of cannabis and cannabis laws. The A34 is also dealing with the regulation and enforcement of cannabis laws. And unfortunately, in last year's bill, we put in a provision that said this was against the law. However, we had nothing to actually enforce it. So, Mr. President, I would ask that you find the point of order not well taken. If you look at Rule 35.2, this amendment is clearly germane. It is on the same subject, and this bill is dealing with enforcement, it's dealing with penalties, and I would ask that you find the point of order not well taken.
Senator Lucero.
Actually, I was still standing, Mr. President, because I was speaking, but I will offer some advice. I would encourage you to rule the Klein motion not well taken, if for no other reason than the following, Mr. President. Because in my other remarks, I said that it was age 18 for smoking. It is actually 21. That has been increased. So I want to have the opportunity to correct myself, and I won't be able to do that if you rule the Klein motion well taken. So please, Mr. President, rule the Klein motion not well taken.
And members, remember, this is a point of order. And that's a gentle reminder. Advice, Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would urge you to rule that the point of order is not well taken. The bill summary here is a page and a half. It touches every aspect of the cannabis bill that we passed last year. And I've heard it commonly referred to as the Cannabis Corrections Bill. Does that just mean that it's only the corrections certain people want and that other members through amendments can't add their own corrections? I mean, this is an omnibus bill. It touches on everything. It's squarely within the same subject. I would submit that it is germane and that the point of order should not be well taken. Thank you.
Senator Grudenhagen, did you want to give advice to this issue? Nothing else. Senator Grudenhagen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I just urge you to find the point of order not well taken for the host of reasons that have been said. But I would add one comment. We're talking about the health and protection of our children, okay? And I know everybody here cares about that, but if we can't have a discussion about imposing some consequences to the people who want to exploit our children, tell you the truth, I don't know what we're doing here. We should be protecting our children. And this amendment deserves a vote to see where people stand. I know everybody here cares about the children, but let's see who really cares and supports this amendment. Please find the point of order not well taken. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask you to find the point of order not well taken. Just to be very brief and to the point, I think Senator Kroon touched on it a little bit. Senator Rasmussen's amendment touches Section 152 of the statutes. Section 152 is modified many times within this bill. So to say it's not related or accomplishing a completely different, a substantially different purpose, I think is incorrect, because we are in fact modifying that section of statute.
Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know it is a big bill, so I do just want to clarify that none of the sections that are referenced in this amendment are in any way adjusted in this bill. This is an agency regulation bill, not a criminal conduct bill, and there's no part of this, any of these chapters of law that are referenced in this bill.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just wanted to mention, I would offer members to look at the bill title. There are 6 references to Chapter 152, and the amendment is for Chapter 152. In addition, Mr. President, if you just look through the bill, you'll find the word criminal, criminal background, criminal penalties. This is something that is a part of this bill. And I would ask you, Mr. President, to find this point of order not well taken. We can debate this amendment on the merits. We can take a vote. If Senate Democrats don't want a prohibition for underage consumption, they can vote against the amendment.
Members, Senator Abler, I am ready to rule. So, Senator Abler, I'll give you your time. Senator Abler.
Well, thank you. And I was listening on the way in, and I really appreciated the debate. Well, Mr. President, I was actually kind of shocked. I thought we'd come in and talk about the merits of the amendment and of the bill and how it connects to that. But Mr. President, if you're prepared to rule that it's not, that the point of order is well taken, I would attempt to dissuade you of that. Maybe I'll wait till you're done talking to the secretary. Oh, Mr. President, it's a kind of advice to you, so I just was waiting for you to finish. If you can take more time if you need to get done with what you're doing.
I can do 2 things at one time, and you just walked in, so I've been listening to this debate for quite some time, and I'm certain that you're not going to tell me anything else that I haven't heard from.
Well, thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kroon, Senator Gruenhagen.
Mr. President, I didn't finish my comments.
Senator Abler.
Thank you very much. No, I just, you're a very respectful president. I just wanted to, I think my point is a bit novel, and that's why I offered it compared to all the previous points you might have heard. And so this bill is actually about making the program work with some length that needs a bunch of fixes, and I get that. And one of the ways it has to work is within making sure that the monies that are forward for treatment and prevention are working, but also that there's preventative measures in place. And what I heard in the debate as I drove in, Mr. President, I'm sorry I wasn't here in person, had to take care of my people at my clinic, was that the principals don't have any tools to help dissuade use. And so it is, in the debate, I was going to ask Senator Port, do you think that it's wrong to use cannabis if you're underage? Is it a wrong thing? Is it a bad thing? I don't get to ask that because it's a different, and I was going to ask maybe one of the doctors and other people to tell me if they think this is actually dangerous for them. But so having raised 6 children under age 21, boys, who are not always that interested in listening to the sense of their parents, Mr. President, I think having at least a statement that this is a bad idea. I do not, Mr. President, want this to go forward as a way to use racial disparities in enforcing this, but I want to have it as a way to make the bill even more complete in helping remedy the inappropriate use. And so, Mr. President, for that reason, I think it belongs there, and at least let people vote on it and do it or don't. But I think just taking it out because it's of some technicality is a whole error, and I think it's the wrong technicality. Thank you, Mr. President.
Anyone else before I have a brief moment with the staff? All right, so give me a moment. After listening to advice from Senator Jaskowski, did tell me that his notion has already been argued already. Kroon, Senator Gruenhagen, Senator Lucero, Senator Pratt, Senator Port, Senator Rasmussen, and I hope I didn't miss anyone. Senator Abler, I should not miss Senator Abler. Sorry about that, Senator Abler. The Klein point of order under Rule 35.2 is not well taken. Now, Senator Lucero.
I sincerely appreciate that, Mr. President. Thank you. So as I was mentioning in the advice, I had previously stated that smoking was age 18, but it is not. It has been raised to 21. So let me touch on that. And then I'll return to my experience in criminality being a dissuader from engaging in an activity for young people. So why would it raise to age 21? Why was there the push for that, and then why was that passed into law? Now, I don't have the voting record in front of me, but it is my hypothesis, Mr. President, that Senator Port and others likely voted in favor of that statute change, raising to 21. And I recall the conversations from proponents in this movement, the health benefits of 21 versus 18. Because of the recognition that inhaling smoke and other particulates, chemicals can have on the body. Its addictive properties. When it comes to marijuana, being a gateway drug potentially for higher, heavier, more destructive drugs. So there's a connection there of age 21. But now let me return to my personal experience. And I know the experience that I have is shared across the state of Minnesota, young people then, when I was young, and young people now. They're able to understand, to some degree, perhaps not fully understand, as Senator Gruenhagen mentioned, age 26, the consequences of their decisions, but they are able to understand some capacity. Law, crime, and penalties. And for me personally, when I was in high school, there's a lot of peer pressure to engage in a lot of activities that are destructive. To fit in, to get along, to be cool, to gain popularity. These are all among the reasons why people might be pressured into engaging in an activity. And that doesn't end when you go to college. Once you turn 18, I would submit there's even more pressure to engage in more destructive activities. And a young adult, 18, 19 years old, trying to find their way, think of the pressure out there. In fact, Mr. President, I have heard study after study, testifier after testifier in the Education Committee and another committee speaking about the mental health crisis we have in Minnesota and across this country. The pressures that young people are facing, the mental health crisis. And might there be a flirting of attempting to mitigate the consequences of mental health by running to cannabis? And so this A34 amendment by Senator Rasmussen to increase the penalty to a misdemeanor might cause that young person suffering a mental health challenge from running to cannabis as a solution. Because it is not a solution to cover up one's problems. The true solution is to face their problems, to come up with real answers to solve, not run to smoking cannabis. And so the crime for a misdemeanor is at least 90 days in jail. I don't think that's changed. 90 days in jail. And so as a young person, as somebody 18, 19, under the age of 21, thinking about this would absolutely, going back to Senator Port's comments, prohibition doesn't work. They would absolutely think twice. Do I want to have a misdemeanor on my record as I am considering my post-college life? Or somebody who's not in college, as I'm considering my professional life, starting a family, wanting to buy a house. Now, let's set aside the entire conversation of the housing crisis that we're having in Minnesota and across the country. I won't even have that now. Maybe that's a different conversation. The housing bill is coming up in next several days, I suspect. Whether it be that young person dealing with the skyrocketing interest rates on credit cards. They're faced with pressures, and we know what pressure does. People need to escape, and they might want to turn to cannabis. So, Mr. President, this is not a gross misdemeanor. This is not a felony. Mr. President, felonies are very serious crimes. Absolutely. And this is not a felony. This is a misdemeanor. But if this were a felony, that would be over a year in prison. A year and a day. A gross misdemeanor would be 91 days up to a year. This is a misdemeanor, which is up to 90 days. So we're not talking, Senator Rasmussen didn't make this a felony, which is the severest penalty in Minnesota. He made this a misdemeanor. Now, why not a petty misdemeanor? Because petty misdemeanors aren't crimes. You're kind of tilting your head. You're the criminal defense attorney, Mr. President. I am not. But it's my understanding that misdemeanor is the lowest of the criminal penalties. I'm willing to be stand corrected, but unfortunately, I cannot turn around to see if Senator Limmer is in there in his seat, because I can't ask him if I'm correct. But a misdemeanor. Oh, you pointed, so he must be there. So he's not there. Okay. In seriousness and in conclusion, Mr. President, this is a serious issue. Young people and the health and the state of their mind, body, and their futures are a very serious topic. We are talking about that, and the decisions that we're making in many committees is one that is to deal with the future of our young people. And so increasing the age to 21 is not unreasonable, has strong precedent in many areas of statute. Having a misdemeanor to dissuade somebody from engaging in a bad activity for their age and maturity level. And as we saw, as I mentioned in the NPR article, by changing the law, whether it be penalty or the cost, it is to dissuade somebody from that activity. And for those and many other reasons, Mr. President, we need to support the Rasmussen A34 amendment. Thank you.
Members, if I can encourage you to think about the fact that we have a number of amendments just on this bill alone. So I don't mind being here because I've scratched my whole day. I just want you to be thoughtful about it. Okay. With that being said, Senator Pratt, you are on the list.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I'm glad you can be. Mr. President, I was wondering if Senator Rasmussen would yield for a question.
Senator Rasmussen will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rasmussen, you mentioned that your amendment mimics the penalties for a minor possessing an alcoholic beverage. So if a student is walking down the street with a bottle of peppermint schnapps, would they treat cannabis any differently than the bottle of peppermint schnapps?
Senator Rasmussen, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Pratt. the criminal penalty in the A34 amendment will mirror exactly what it is for a minor consumption or possession for alcohol. So yes, you are correct. The only thing I want to clarify, Mr. President, is that the A34 amendment is actually a little less than what we do for alcohol, because when alcohol is involved, a minor's driver's license is impacted. The A34 does not have any impact on driver's licenses, but it would mirror the misdemeanor crime that we have for minor possession of alcohol.
Senator Pratt.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Rasmussen. You answered my second question, which was going to be if a minor was caught drinking a beer, would this be any different? And I appreciate you addressing that, particularly with the driver's license. Members, we heard from Senator Port that prohibition does not work. But in our very bill that we passed last year, we prohibited the sale of cannabis to people under 21, just like we do tobacco, just like we do alcohol. And to treat this like any other intoxicating substance is not prohibition, it's consistency. How can we say it's wrong and a petty misdemeanor or maybe even a misdemeanor for repeat offenses for a child to be drinking a beer, but it's okay for them to be walking down the street with a bag of marijuana or smoking a joint? Where's the consistency in that? Mr. President, I think Minnesotans expect us to treat intoxicating substances consistently, to treat them fairly. And we want to limit the use and availability of intoxicating substances. Now, we can penalize, we can criminalize the sale of those items all we want. But that doesn't keep young people from getting their hands on them. I know firsthand that kids, I dealt with this, Mr. President, when I was on the school board, kids getting a hold of beer and getting a hold of cigarettes and getting a hold of marijuana. And there were penalties for it. It almost feels like the bill we passed last year was a step backward in how we treat this. And let's understand that what we're talking about for a first-time offense is effectively a petty misdemeanor. It's a slap on the wrist. A kid has to go to court. A kid has to get a ruling on it. The worst that they will get is a fine. There'll be absolutely no jail penalty for a petty misdemeanor. And as an attorney, I'm sure you would correct me if I'm wrong, and if you wouldn't, I'm sure Senator Kroon would. But, Mr. President, we absolutely need to be consistent in how we treat intoxicating substances and how we value our children's prohibition against those intoxicating substances. And, Mr. President, I would say it is exactly proper for us and right for us to prohibit not only the sale to minors, but the use and consumption by minors. And I encourage a yes vote on the Rasmussen amendment.
Senator Corrin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in favor of the A34 amendment. Senator Pratt covered a little bit. When we heard the original bill last year, I think it went through 15 committees, and we talked to 20 other states, and we assembled what you would think we would have assembled a bill that had a structure and a framework that would have eased and simplified the implementation of that program in Minnesota to meet what its intended original goals were. It appears we're further from that than, and we've received no knowledge or common knowledge or shared knowledge and education to accomplish that goal. This bill doesn't bring us any closer to it. We have rulemaking, which is what should have been followed on this process, to cover all things. But when we talk about things that we have that were already in place, we already had common law for intoxicating substances, personal use, public consumption. We had common law for tobacco use, outdoor tobacco as related in our public spaces. We had really good frameworks, and it was really about protecting our children. In most of those cases where somebody was caught substance use at underage, it is minor. but it's an early indicator of those that have more addictive traits and qualities, and they're unable to use recreational cannabis or alcohol or anything else in a manner that is not harmful to them or leads to further addiction. I speak of that personally. I have 2 kids drug and alcohol addicted. Started with cannabis, went to many other things. To not have basic penalties robs a parent of the early indication or the opportunity to seek treatment. It robs young adults. Heck, it robs adults in many cases. This body removed, I think, or made illegal all drug paraphernalia and the drugs contained within it. And the very thing it does is it removes early opportunity for some type of intervention. All the rules and policies have weakened and removed parental rights in trying to stop addiction at the earliest possible opportunity, and typically that's young children. And many say, well, cannabis, it's great, it's wonderful, it's all natural. Well, it's true. It's natural. Many people don't have a problem with it. Same with alcohol, and don't get me wrong, alcohol is equally as destructive and damaging. But that's why we've taken so many precautions to try and minimize that impact on our children. But it may be the only time and the only opportunity for a parent to have early intervention to be able to seek drug treatment. It typically shows up in school at an early age through the education, poor performance, and lack of attendance. But it is then this process for cannabis, for which we know is a highly intoxicating substance, just like many others that we have, for which we have very strict standards to protect our children. Not following it, calling it out and saying, this is very intentional because prohibition doesn't work. We want to intentionally harm our children. From the very same body who wants to remove menthol-flavored cigarettes for adults, people who are well beyond the legal age to consume. We agree on all the things that target children and flavored and all those things. So we don't do that. But, Mr. President, to me, this should be a yes. We should have those basic standards that mirror the existing intoxicating substances. We should have done it not just on the age of consumption, but for all things. So our municipalities can legislate or govern and provide compliance, clarity. We blew it all up for this one piece. And it just doesn't seem to make any sense. So it would almost lead that you on intentional harm on our children because this one particular substance, which is equally damaging as all others, can lead to addiction, can lead to great harm, not to only to an individual, but the family and the outcome of drug addiction. And so for that, Mr. President, I encourage a green vote. Thank you.
Senator Nelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Certainly there's been a lot of discussion. I will be very brief. I stand in support of the A34 Rasmussen Amendment. One item that has not been addressed when we're talking about underage use and the lack of repercussions or the lack of any legal action in the bill, which is what this is addressing, is the A34. When it comes to young kids, underage kids, typically, this is what I've seen as an educator myself, is there's the diversion process. And the diversion process is very helpful for parents and young teens to know that this isn't the path I want to take. Maybe there's going to be some community service involved. And so I think it needs to be said that while perhaps the opposition to the A34 amendment is well intended, I think in essence it will be hurting our youth, and it will be removing one additional opportunity for underage users to, one, have some parental involvement and also some requirements regarding diversion. I think diversion works, and we should not be removing options for diversion, which is what this particular, what opposition to this amendment would do.
Senator Abler, who's not on the floor, I will go to Senator Grudenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I know this debate has gotten a little long, but what we're talking about is the health and welfare of our children. And that's what Senator Rasmussen's amendment addresses, to impose some consequences. You know, one of the things I've learned is that if you don't learn from history, you are doomed to repeat it, especially in negative areas. And Mr. President and members, I can't help but compare the marijuana bill that we're talking about, or the cannabis bill that we're talking about here, and the amendment and imposing some consequences to the lawsuit that was brought by Attorney General Skip Humphrey against the tobacco industry. And not only he, but all across this nation. And I happen to have worked with experts who laid the foundation for that lawsuit. And they demonstrated, in fact, the Star Tribune even did an article, front page article on it, which many years ago, and I cut it out. They demonstrated that the tobacco companies were actually funding curriculum into our public schools that made children more susceptible to being recruited into tobacco use and addicted to it at a young age. So this is very similar, and it's the reason we need to pass Senator Rasmussen's amendment. You are opening a vein of exploitation and addiction to our children with no consequences. You just have a statement, yeah, it's a bad idea. Well, you've got to put consequences on it. And again, that tobacco industry, that tobacco lawsuit, by Attorney General Skip Humphrey, it wasn't only his state, it was across the nation. And there was sound, documented data for that. And a big part of it was that the tobacco companies were funding through their studies. By the way, they had all kinds of studies that tobacco was fine, but they were funding curriculum into the Minnesota public schools. And I got copies of that yet. So
Senator Gruenhagen, I'm just going to ask you gently. We're on the A34 amendment. You're now talking about a tobacco lawsuit. You're all... If you'd be so kind as to help me out, I want to give you an opportunity to speak, but you have to stay on message. Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I guess, again, one of the best ways to learn is through contrast and history. You have to look at history in contrast to what we're doing today to find out what the consequences are. So we need a legal consequence, at least a misdemeanor, to people who want to exploit our minor children. And we've gone over a lot of that. And I know that this debate is getting drawn out. We got a lot of bills. But the point is, we're talking about the addiction and welfare of our children. It deserves a thorough debate. Please vote green. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Abler, I called on you earlier, but you were away. Now that you're back, Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was in the back of the room. Thank you for your consideration. And I also want to thank you for your ruling. Maybe it was me put over the top, or maybe it was just a pointless offering of good advice. But Mr. President, once again, you've made a very reasonable, good ruling, and thank you for that. So as I began to mention in just my short comments, and I don't have a long speech on this, that I've raised 6 boys, many of whom have made bad choices. And so when they get I think 3 have found themselves in front of a judge, which is always pretty entertaining to get to go do that. And here I'm in office, and we're in front of a judge, and they did something, and so they didn't really appreciate my comments when I told the judge. I said, well, whatever you tell them to do, they're going to do it, and they're going to pay whatever they have to pay. And they were not grateful for that help. But these are little minor infractions. One was drinking, and the standard for 16 is not a drop, and so we had that discussion. And anyway, and so sometimes these little consequences really matter. But if he wouldn't have been put in front of a judge with that matter, he wouldn't have had a chance to go to Alcoholics Anonymous for a bit of time and realize the people that he was sitting with there were not the individuals he would like to emulate in his future. He wondered why there were no cars in the parking lot. And that's because they all had to walk to get there or get a ride. And so that little I think it was a misdemeanor, had quite an impact on him on a very related matter with the substance business. And so that was helpful. And to Senator Port's idea, I hope that this is never used in a the wrong way to target a certain audience. I recall talking with a former senator here about how in Minneapolis there was a disproportionate arrest rate of people of color. And I said, you're in Minneapolis. Minneapolis is not run by a bunch of people who like to go out of their way to be racist. It's run by people who are officially not racist, if you ask the council. Anyway, so I think it would not be misused, Mr. President. Thanks for getting me back on track. But it's a function of the administration, how this would be done in a city-by-city thing. And I would just think that in Minneapolis, that'd be the safest place to be a person to be treated correctly based upon whatever race you might be. I'm curious, Mr. President, if Senator Putnam would yield for a question?
Senator Putnam, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Abler, we are talking about the 834, so I hope the questions are around the 834s. Senator Abler.
Mr. President, I think you'll be really happy that exactly about the 824 and the misdemeanor part. So, Senator Putnam, I've appreciated your dialogue about higher ed, and I just thought you might have an impression about the feelings of the students toward cannabis use, and then those who are under age 21. And if they think it's dangerous, if they think it's no big deal, like what the tone, I can tell you, Mr. President, the tone of Hamlin in 1974, but I think some things have gone on since then. So if Senator Putnam would yield and just offer his view on the state of affairs about the attitude toward students under age 21 toward cannabis.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Abler.
Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Abler, for that question, and I appreciate it. I do have to say, though, I'm in a difficult position to speculate about that because I honestly don't have that many conversations with students about their kind of extracurricular activities on that front. It's the simplest way to answer this question, in all honesty, is I don't really know. I do think that there have been cultural changes in how people think about cannabis, but I haven't had very many direct conversations with students in the past 5 to 10 years about cannabis use or their attitudes toward it. So I honestly just don't know, and I appreciate the question. That's my sincere answer.
Well, thank you.
Senator Abler.
So, Mr. President, in debate lore, that's the I really don't know defense, which I think is useful, and thank you, Senator Putnam, for that. I actually thought you might know it wasn't meant to be a setup. But I will posit, Mr. President, having worked in my practice with many individuals who are at age 21 and in the other walks of life that I'm in, the attitudes toward that, and I think it's relatively relaxed. I think that'd be fair to say, and that may be just the consensus of this body that it's like, you know, at least I know when, even as long ago in ancient history, in my days, in my college days, it was very relaxed, and I was one of those who was, you know, helping that relaxed view to happen. But Mr. President, we have talked a lot about the perils of this compared to even alcohol. Alcohol is different. And that the attitude toward that on college campuses is very relaxed, as we all know, and maybe we're part of. But I think somebody needs to say, this is not a good idea. I'm not going to have 6 people yield. Do you think that it should be wrong for a person under age 21 to use cannabis? Actually, it's already a law that it is wrong. But really, it's not really wrong because there's no consequence. And even in the schools, in the high schools, where a person would be found using cannabis in a bathroom, which happens, Mr. President, shockingly, a lot, I hear from my principals. And some kids are even afraid to go in there. And so when they go in there and there's this individual with whatever version of the cannabis they're going to be having, smoking or whatever, all you have to do is say, well, do you realize that's wrong? Oh, no, what am I going to do? And they don't have any teeth at all. Maybe they can give them detention or something. And will this fix it? No. But at least it says, hey, it's something that's wrong. If a person were in the bathroom as a 17-year-old drinking an old-fashioned or a can of beer or something, they have those tools to go like, hey, this is a problem. Let's bring the parents in. Now you're going to go meet that judge who's going to send your kid to court and have him get stared straight looking at the people he's sitting with AA. That's not an option now. And so, Mr. President, you know I am very nervous about this whole bill in the first place. I think the perils to our youth and people under age 25 even are going to be very influential on the future of our state and how things go in terms of our entrepreneurialism and our industriousness and the future of some of the things we count on. And to indicate to these individuals who, Mr. President, even Cedric Frazier, in the other body, Representative Frazier, suggested that we should raise the age of majority for crimes to 21 because those individuals aren't fully aware of the import of their actions and they have a hard time knowing right from wrong. I don't agree with that, but I think on this point, Mr. Frazier would be, yeah, we better find a way to keep these kids away. So, Mr. President and members, I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Senator Port, and then we are going to Senator Rasmussen. Hold on, Senator Port. Senator Johnson, then Senator Port. Sorry about that. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate that. I got into the debate here a little bit early or late, so some of these things aren't necessarily clear to me here. Senator Abler's comment about drinking old fashions in the high school bathroom kind of threw me too. I don't know what kind of high school he went to, but it must have been higher end than mine. So just looking at this, I think most Minnesotans are under the impression that the possession of cannabis by somebody under the age of 21, that there must be some penalty in law. I'm wondering if Senator Rasmussen would rise to that.
Senator Rasmussen, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Johnson. In fact, no, there is no specific penalty in law for underage possession or consumption of cannabis. The only thing that you could maybe point to is that there's a section in law that says for all crimes that have an unspecified penalty, it can be a petty misdemeanor, which is the same as a traffic ticket. So no, there's no specific penalty in law for underage consumption, and I guess it's perhaps a suggestion if we have it in law to say it's prohibited, but having no penalty to back it up.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that. That's kind of astounding. So let's say if there's a cartel movement, there's a drug dealer in the neighborhood, and somebody is over the age of 21, and they have a large package of marijuana. Are they going to get trouble over the age of 21 if they're carrying, if they're running those drugs and doing that? I'm wondering if Senator Rasmussen will yield to that question.
Senator Rasmussen, will you yield? He will yield to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. When we look at possession of cannabis by a person under the age of 21, as long as they stayed under 2 pounds of cannabis in their residence, there would be no penalty. And I think that's the remarkable thing, and one of the concerns that when I talk to law enforcement that they have is that without having a penalty, could we be in fact incentivizing drug dealers to be using minors to have possession of this cannabis? And so it is a major concern that we have this loophole in our law.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a little bit shocked. With this last year when the cannabis bill came through, the recreational cannabis came through, I think there was really an assumption by most Minnesotans that there'd be some penalty similar to what's going on in our underage use of alcohol and possession of alcohol laws are. To me, this seems like a very straightforward, common sense issue. This isn't penalizing those under 21 with anything severe, but yet really matching up what we're doing in existing law and making the parity between the two of it. I don't understand where the opposition or why there would be opposition to something like this that disincentivizes individuals from making that choice and possessing that much marijuana when whether you're at school or you're out in public, or it really puts you in danger for being used as some sort of a runner for drugs as well too, because they know that you're not going to get in trouble for that as well. Honestly, this is one of the most common sense amendments that I have seen, and coming from Senator Rasmussen, which most of his are common sense, this seems to be kind of bread and butter. I'm a little bit shocked that this is not going to be something that the author is willing to accept as a friendly amendment. That's all I have, Mr. President.
Now we're going to Senator Port, and Senator Port will be followed by Senator Rasmussen for final comments before we do a roll call on the A34 amendment. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, this conversation went a lot of different places, but I'm just going to try to ground us back under the values that we passed in this law last year when we legalized adult use cannabis for people over the age of 21. To be clear, under the GOP majority in 2020, when we raised the tobacco age to 21 as well, we decriminalized that as well. A number of senators in this chamber were co-authors on that bill. It's 609.685 if you want to follow it up. It does the exact same thing that we did in this bill with cannabis. Makes it a petty misdemeanor for people under the age of 21. Does make it a felony for you to sell to someone under the age of 21. I also think that the implication that our schools and our parents will be completely ineffective if they don't have a criminal consequence is a pretty cynical view of our schools and parents. I think that our schools and parents have lots of tools to work with our young people to make good choices, including big investments that we made in the bill last year to ensure that we are investing in the kind of education that actually works to prevent youth use of cannabis. I have faith in our schools and in our teachers. Finally, I will say again, there was a talk about consistency. We should have consistency across punishments, across different parts of law. There has been historically no consistency in the prosecution of cannabis possession or use, aside from it has been consistently, disproportionately targeted at communities of color. We have no reason to believe that if we recriminalize portions of this for young people in Minnesota, that would not continue to be disproportionately enforced. Members, I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Senator Rasmussen, you'll be the last voice that we hear before we take a vote on the A34 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate the robust discussion on this very important topic today. And I just wanted to point to why this is so important. The National Institutes of Health states that individuals who begin using marijuana before the age of 18 are 4 to 7 times more likely to develop marijuana use disorder as adults. And I think that's why when we look at alcohol, when we look at tobacco, when we discussed cannabis last year, I think there was a bipartisan recognition that we should prohibit both usage and possession of cannabis for individuals under the age of 21. However, there's no penalties to back that up. So in effect today, it is effectively without penalty for someone under 21 to use or possess cannabis. And we have to recognize the individual costs that will have for young Minnesotans. If we followed the logic of the bill author and expanded it out to other drugs, where we simply just say prohibition doesn't work, we should have no penalties, what about applying that to other drugs, methamphetamine, opioids? What if we applied that same logic and just said, well, prohibition doesn't work, we're going to remove all penalties and just see what happens? I don't think that is good for Minnesota's young people. I've heard from law enforcement and prosecutors that they want this tool to help protect young people and to protect our communities. And we've heard quite a bit, Mr. President, about the focus on education. And this bill, I presume, is coming up next week. But in the governor's budget proposal, which I assume will be reflected in one of the budget bills we see next week, the governor's recommending cutting cannabis education by millions of dollars. Millions of dollars we're cutting education. So we need to have parity with underage cannabis penalties with alcohol. That's what the A34 does. It's common sense. It's what states that have legalized recreational cannabis have done across the country. and I would ask for members' support. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A34 Rasmussen Amendment. Senator Morrison, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Umuber-Baton votes no.
Senator Umuber-Baton votes no.
And Senator Frentz, nope, he's here. That's all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, please vote.
Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes no.
Senator Weissenberg votes no.
And Senator Westrom votes aye.
And Senator Westrom votes aye. All members having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. With there being 30 ayes and 34 noes, the A34 Rasmussen Amendment is not adopted. I'm sorry. There being 30 ayes and 36 noes, the Rasmussen Amendment is not adopted. Senator Parr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A67 amendment.
Senator Parr offers the A67 amendment. The Secretary will report the A67 amendment.
Senator Parr moves to amend House File Number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment as follows. Page 40, after line 19, insert. This is the A67 amendment.
Senator Parr, to your A67 amendment.
Mr. President and members, this amendment adds 2 youth members between the ages of 18 to 24 to the Cannabis Advisory Council. I had the honor to work with some amazing young leaders from CAKE, the Cannabis Awareness and Education Council for Youth. They are the champions of this amendment. They are in our gallery today and also outside of our Senate chambers watching. Our youth and young people want a voice at the table, and rightfully so. They should be at the table to share their perspective, experiences, and ideas to the discussions and policies that impact them. Members, I ask for your support to add these 2 positions of youth members to our Cannabis Advisory Council. Please vote green.
Senator Port to the A67.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pah, for bringing this amendment and for the youth that you worked with on this. I appreciate not only the addition of young people to this council, but also the guarantee that they are from different parts of our state as well, to ensure that we have a wide variety of thoughts and experiences on the Youth Council. Members, I consider this a friendly amendment and urge a green vote.
Senator Rasmussen to the A67.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the amendment author yield for a question?
Senator Parr, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pah. When I look at page 3, line 13, and we're talking about youths must have been disproportionately affected by cannabis, my question, Senator Pah, are you referring to cannabis usage?
Senator Pah to the question.
Yes.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to make an oral amendment to the amendment.
What's your amendment to the amendment?
On page 3, line 13, after cannabis, insert use.
The Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend the A67 amendment as follows. On page 3, line 13, after cannabis, insert use.
Any other discussion, Senator Rasmussen, before I go to Senator Parr?
Thank you, Mr. President. And the point of adding this in is to simply mirror the language that we see on page 3, line 14, and just clarify that when we're talking about youths disproportionately affected by cannabis, that we're talking about cannabis use.
Senator Parr to the Rasmussen amendment to the amendment.
Okay. I have a question for Senator Rasmussen.
Senator Rasmussen, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Parr.
Would Senator Rasmussen be open to a friendly amendment to his amendment on this? And that would be that we add by cannabis use.
Senator Parr?
Affected by cannabis or cannabis use. Because the reason why I say that is because not only are we talking about cannabis use, but we're also talking about cannabis in general as it relates to maybe disproportionate because of where youth members live, by location, or also in other effects. So I will take yours, your friendly amendment, if you would take this friendly amendment. Thank you.
Senator Parr, a couple things. I know that she's talking. So first, you have to ask and talk through me as the president. That's number one. Number two, there's already a amendment to the amendment that's on the that's before the body. So you cannot do another amendment on top of an amendment to the amendment. So we have to deal with one at a time. Senator Parr.
Mr. President, thank you for that. Or may I ask that Senator Rasmussen reconsider his amendment? Thank you.
Are you asking Senator Rasmussen to yield, Senator Parr? Senator Rasmussen will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Parr. I'd be happy to withdraw the amendment to the amendment and to offer a new amendment to the amendment to reflect the language you talked about.
The amendment to the amendment has been withdrawn, and I'm recognizing again Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make an amendment to the amendment on page 3, line 13, after cannabis, insert or cannabis use.
The Secretary will report the Rasmussen amendment to the amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend the A67 amendment as follows. Page 3, line 13, after cannabis, insert or cannabis use.
Any other discussion before we vote? I believe, Senator Parr, did you have anything you wanted to say? Senator Parr.
Members, I don't see an issue with Senator Rasmussen's amendment, and I encourage a green vote. Thank you.
To the Rasmussen amendment to the amendment, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. We are now on the underlying A67 as amended. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have another amendment to the amendment. On page 3, line 13, strike has, insert have.
The Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend the A67 amendment as follows. On page 3, line 13, delete has and insert have.
Senator Rasmussen, any discussion to that amendment? If not, I'm going to Senator Parr.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen.
Simply trying to correct a grammar error in the amendment.
Senator Parr.
Thank you, Senator Rasmussen, and I accept that amendment. Members, please support it.
All in favor of the Rasmussen amendment to the amendment, say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. We are now on the underlying A67 as amended. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I do appreciate Senator Pa bringing this amendment. I will be supporting it. I think, given the research that we've seen about the effect that cannabis use has on young people, especially the impact it can have on young men using cannabis, I think it's really important to have young people at the table to discuss the impact that they're seeing among their peer group and among their communities, and so I appreciate this addition being made here today.
Thank you, Senator Rasmussen. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wondering if Senator Pa would yield for a question.
Senator Pa, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pa. So I'm back to that line 3.13 that has the word disproportionately affected. One of the things that it's very concerning to me regarding any legislation, anything we pass into law, is subjective language. And so when I see the word disproportionate or reasonable or something like that, that's a very, very subjective term into the eye of the beholder. In this case, it's disproportionately affected. When I think disproportionately affected, my mind jumps to math, and I'm thinking numerator and denominator to get a percentage in this group or this individual as compared to what. So I'm seeking, Mr. President, if Senator Pa can just help to elaborate what is meant by disproportionate, exactly what is being measured against for such disproportionate effect.
Senator Pa, to the question.
Senator Lucero, I reluctantly said yes, but you do have a very good question. So when we talk about disproportionately affected youth, we're talking about youth who have been charged or convicted of possession of cannabis. We're talking about youth who we know through data, and there's data with the National Institute of Health that shows that possession charges are high for American Indian and Black youth among all of our youth group. Rates for Black youth are double that of white before legalization. So those are some of the examples of why this is so important, this language.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And yeah, I appreciate that, Senator Pa. It's giving some explanation as to what underlies that word. And I'm not opposed to that. It's very much a real thing where people have different experiences, different life experiences, different perspectives, different consequences in their life. And in this case, young people, I don't necessarily agree with terming people the age of 18 to 24 as youths. Maybe young people, but not youths. But in this case, that's what the verbiage says. Young people are impacted by decisions that are in their lives, external forces, parents, grandparents, other families that are not within their control. And they're certainly going to have a perspective. And their perspective on this council, I don't disagree with. I wish, and it's too late at this point, trying to do these oral amendments or amendments to the amendments on the fly, but I would love to have had such a definition or some more description that was Senator Pa just shared with us in here, whether it be disproportionately affected by arrest or disproportionately affected by convictions or disproportionately affected what? It just says disproportionately affected, and that's blowing wide open to anything. And so just having some clarity in there, because Mr. President, so I've been in the legislature for 10 years. And I don't know how many years you've been here, probably longer than that. There's turnover in the legislature. And that turnover, there's loss of institutional knowledge, there's loss of historical knowledge. And so while we're debating this today, there's very clear understanding by the author of the amendment and by this body right now what this word is going to mean in its context. But in the future, a future governor who's going to be the one responsible for appointing, there is no clarity in here, and it's just blowing wide open. So I sincerely wish that there was just greater definition in this. And perhaps if this is adopted and if this is passed and if this is going to conference committee, I would strongly encourage use any one of those as an opportunity to bring some greater clarity to this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the A67 as amended, say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A67 as amended is adopted. Senator Parr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A36 amendment.
Senator Parr offers the A36 amendment. The Secretary will report the A36 amendment.
Senator Parr moves to amend House File Number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 108, after line 9, insert. This is the A36 amendment.
Senator Parr, to your A36 amendment.
Mr. President and members, this is an amendment that is also another one that is championed by our young leaders in our community, and they're doing it on behalf of our youth in Minnesota. This would require grant applications to provide a description of the organization's engagement with youth-centered, community-based organizations. It would give weight to applications that support youth engagement, leadership, and youth-led health education opportunities, with a preference for communities most impacted by cannabis-related criminalization and incarceration. Mr. President and members, we know that peer-to-peer youth education around the health and safety of cannabis use is imperative as we roll out legalized cannabis. I ask for your support.
Senator Rasmussen to the A36 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment to the amendment.
Please state your amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 1, line 30, delete criminalization or incarceration and insert usage.
The Secretary will report the Rasmussen amendment to the amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend the A36 amendment as follows. On page 1, line 30, delete criminalization or incarceration and insert usage.
Senator Rasmussen, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I do appreciate the previous amendment that was offered by Senator Parr and the recognition of the dangerous impact that cannabis usage can have on young people. And with her underlying A36 amendment, I think it's also good to make sure that we have groups that are engaging with young people. And I just wanted to make sure that when the office is considering applications, that they look at cannabis-related usage. Because from the research that I've seen, whether it's from the National Institutes of Health or others, or even from our own state agencies, they've recognized the negative impact that cannabis usage can have on youth. And so I think it's really important that we incorporate that into Senator Parr's amendment today.
Senator Parr to the A36 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rasmussen. I would be open to adding usage to that language, but not replacing. That's the only way I could support it. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would encourage members' support for the amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I agree with Senator Parr. I think it could be a good addition, but replacing it is not, I would ask for a no vote on.
Senator Lucero.
Roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. The Secretary will take the roll on the A36 amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes no.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes no.
And Senator May Quaid votes no.
And Senator May Quaid votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes no.
Senator Weissenberg votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Westrom votes aye.
And Senator Westrom votes aye. There being 30, all having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. We are now on the underlying PA amendment. Any other discussions? Senator PA, did you have another word?
Mr. President, I do have an oral amendment.
Senator PA, report your oral amendment, your amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an oral amendment to the amendment to add usage, comma, in line 1.30 after cannabis related.
The Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator PA moves to amend the A36 amendment as follows, page 1, line 30, after cannabis-related, insert usage.
Senator Abler, Senator PA, did you have anything else you want to say to that amendment? Now, the amendment to the amendment, Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I was standing up to make the same amendment. I was just going to ask Senator PA where she would like it. And actually, this makes me become a yes on the amendment because we discussed, I'm just briefly supporting this amendment because the usage issue is going to be a bigger and bigger deal. And as we require these communities, organizations to pay more attention to usage issues, I think we're going to find there's a lot of them. But I want to thank Senator PA for her creativity, and I urge members to vote yes. And even with the amendment, I suggest they might want to vote yes.
Any other discussion? I'm sorry. Any other discussion to the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. We are now on the underlying amendment. Any other discussion to the A36? Seeing none, all in favor of the A36 as amended, say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A36 is adopted. Senator PA.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A37 amendment.
Senator PA offers the A37 amendment. The Secretary will report the A37.
Senator PA moves to amend House File Number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 104, after line 4, insert. This is the A37 amendment.
Senator PA to your A37 amendment. Mr. President, this amendment would add certain packaging prohibition to curtail the appeals of cannabis to those under the age of 21. Examples of some of these prohibition includes images of cartoons, toys, fictional animals, imitating candy, cereals or chips, and other food products that typically are marketed towards children. Mr. President and members, one of our goals around legalizing cannabis includes ensuring that our children do not consume cannabis thinking that it is candy or snacks. Knowing that packaging has led children astray, we're hoping to prevent that. This is something that can be potentially harmful to our children, so I ask that you support this amendment. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Senator Rasmussen to the A37 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate Senator Pa bringing this amendment because there is an issue with cannabis, especially edibles, that are put into packaging that is clearly designed to market itself to children. And I had one consumer packaged good company that's based here in Minnesota that showed me packaging that made a container that holds edibles for cannabis look like it was for kids cereal. And we have also seen an uptick, Mr. President and members, in poisoning among kids who maybe get into edibles in the home or in some other place. And I think prohibiting packaging that looks like it's designed for kids is really important. So I thank Senator Pa for bringing this amendment, and I support it.
Senator Lucero, did you still want to speak? Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I couldn't help but catch under age 21 on line 1.6. We had a lengthy conversation in regards to the age of 21 and the significance. And in that conversation, under the previous Rasmussen amendment, it was targeting the same group with the concern for young people. And this amendment, the A37, seeks to define activities, or I should say more descriptions, images that might appeal to people under the age of 21. Why? Why? Because there's a recognition that those that are under 21 are more susceptible and therefore might be influenced and targeted, and we don't want to allow statute for that age group to be pulled into this, what many recognize as a destructive activity. And it's frustrating to me that the exact same arguments that were used or are being used for this one were being used to not support the previous amendment. But I support this amendment because it is a reality that our young people are being targeted, and we don't want them to make a choice in their life because they were influenced by those who have less regard for their futures, that have less regard for the decisions and the consequences of those decisions. And so I think this amendment is very, very well, and I appreciate Senator Pa bringing this forward. But this should be a multifaceted approach to dissuade people that are under the age of 21, as line 1.6 references, from engaging in this activity, because they're going to be bombarded. And we should similarly use a multi-pronged approach to dissuade. So, Mr. President, with that again, I encourage a green vote, and in fact, I'm in favor of this, I would ask for a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. A roll call has been granted. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pa, for bringing this and for talking with me about it beforehand. I guess to sort of continue to answer this question, we legalized adult use cannabis for people over the age of 21, which is why having regulations like these that ensure that we are advertising it to the proper consumers is incredibly appropriate. I am happy to take this as a friendly amendment with the small caveat that there are a few of these things that are already listed in the law that we passed last year, and so reserving the right through conference committee to continue to make sure that we're not saying things twice in the law or that it is in the right place. But this is a friendly amendment. I urge members to vote green.
Senator Gruenhagen, briefly, sir, please.
Yes, real brief. Yeah, I rise in support of Amendment 2. It's just one more example, members, and I know it takes a while because it took me a while. There are companies that market and go after the children for profitable results. You have to come to believe that. It's not just this packaging, it's other companies, because addicting children to something at a young age is very profitable. And unfortunately, since the 60s, we've had companies that go down this path, and we need to protect our children as responsible legislators. So please vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A37 amendment. A roll call was requested, and a roll call has been granted. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes aye.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes aye.
And Mr. President, Senator Fateh votes aye.
And Senator Fateh votes aye.
I'll vote aye. I've listened carefully to
Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes no.
Senator Weissenberg votes no.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
That's big money.
All senators having voted who desires to vote. Oh, okay. Anyone else? All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 65 ayes and 1 no, the 837 PA amendment is adopted. Senator PA.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. In closing, I just want to say that thank you so much to everyone's support for these amendments. I know that our young leaders and our youth members who have been working so hard on these legislation are here today and would love to meet with all of you. They're going to be outside the Senate chamber, so when you get a chance, please go out there and meet with them. Thank you so much today for standing up for them and advocating to make sure that our young people are safe. Thank you.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A68 amendment.
Senator Duckworth offers the A68 amendment. The Secretary will report the A68 amendment.
Senator Duckworth moves to amend House File Number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 61, after line 20, insert. This is the A68 amendment.
Senator Duckworth, to your A68 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it, and my thanks to Senator Port, author of the underlying bill, for her willingness to engage in conversation as it relates to this amendment. All this amendment does is attempt to satisfy some questions that we've received from municipalities or cities in regards to licensing, should they choose to pursue one, and I will leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Port to the A68 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Duckworth, and for the cities that have continued to work with us on this. I am happy to accept this amendment today as a friendly amendment, and Senator Duckworth and I have talked about continuing to work on this through the conference process to ensure that OCM does have a way to eventually pause this if so many municipalities desired a license that it was more than the market could bear. But otherwise, I support this amendment. Vote green.
All those in favor? All in favor of the A68 amendment, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The A68 amendment is adopted. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A65 amendment.
Senator Duckworth offers the A65 amendment. The Secretary will report the A65 amendment.
Senator Duckworth moves to amend House File Number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 114, delete Section 137 and insert. This is the A65 amendment.
Senator Duckworth to your A65 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. This topic was of a lengthy discussion during the Commerce Committee earlier this week. It has to do with licenses for cultivators, those that would seek to cultivate cannabis, ultimately supplying the state and various retailers with product that could be sold at some point. I also have with me a letter from about 80 different businesses throughout the state of Minnesota, small businesses or would-be business owners. I decided to save some trees and not pass it out to everybody. But what you should know is the folks that are concerned with this or requesting this amendment come from Minneapolis-St. Paul, they come from the suburbs, they come from greater Minnesota. And what the amendment seeks to do, Mr. President, is allow for an early cultivator's license as the state is embarking upon this new industry. Obviously, meeting the supply or providing that supply for the state and its various retailers is critical. And starting that process sooner rather than later is going to be paramount to the overall success of the industry here in Minnesota. If this is the road we're going to go down, we might as well help those small business owners be as successful as they possibly can if they're going to take on the risk and the liability and make the capital investments that they seek to do. I'll be very transparent. I have engaged Senator Port in conversation on this. I think that there's still some work to be done. I'm hopeful that maybe some additional back and forth can take place between folks that are looking for this language and what ultimately passes in this bill before it becomes law. Mr. President, I would simply ask that folks give it consideration and vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Senator Port to the A65 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members, and Senator Duckworth for bringing this amendment. Ensuring that we have adequate supply to open the market is a critical piece of launching the market and something that the Office of Cannabis Management have taken very seriously. And as we saw with the amendment that I brought earlier today, the amendment that I brought in Commerce last week, to ensure that the Office of Cannabis Management does have the authority to grant early cultivation licenses. We are taking this seriously. The difference between the work that I put on the bill and this amendment in front of us is that what we already have adopted into the bill specifically focuses on social equity applicants. We know that harm has been disproportionate across communities, the harm of prohibition, and that is one of the ways that we are repairing that harm is to ensure that social equity applicants have a first mover advantage as we begin to put this industry into shape. Also, I want to note that we have sovereign nations with our native tribes across the state who are currently engaged in compacting with the governor, as they have a right to do as sovereign nations, and many of them are already putting together cultivation plans and processes. I am not concerned that Minnesota will open up a cannabis market with no supply. I am concerned that we do it in a way that ensures that we are putting equity at the center of the bill, just like in House File 100 that we passed last year, that it remains a center point of the bill. I ask for no vote on this language and continued support for the work that we did earlier today.
Any other discussion on the A65 amendment before we go to the author. Senator Duckworth, you have the last comments. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just some quick final remarks. There are provisions in the amendment that seek to, in good faith, allow for and respect the social equity components of the application process. And I will say, in conversation with the experts in this field who are seeking to bring about this industry successfully to the state, they're not convinced that any cultivating that occurs only via tribal nations will be sufficient enough to meet the demand that's likely to be here in the state of Minnesota. I'll say this, Mr. President, before I wrap up. The irony is not lost on me that I am the one proposing this amendment, given the conversations we've had last year and thus far today. But as a small business owner myself, I support other entrepreneurs, and I support their very practical and good faith approach to trying to help them and other business owners in the state of Minnesota and their employees succeed. I think that if this amendment should not pass today, that is a critical piece that needs to get figured out before the end of this session, because what most folks don't understand, Mr. President, is the time that's involved in cultivating this product between when you have to identify land, purchase it, build, and then begin the cultivation process before it can actually find its way into a retail shop. We're talking sometimes a year or more with significant investment. If the state of Minnesota fails to start this process when it needs to, what's ultimately going to happen is it's really going to encourage, and we're going to see the growth of the illicit market potentially. And that's why I think a very practical approach still needs to be worked on and ironed out. I'm hopeful that by the end of this session, before this bill comes back to us from conference, that gets ironed out and resolved. Thank you, Mr. President.
All in favor of the A65 amendment, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails. The A65, I'm sorry, the motion does not prevail. The A65 is not adopted. Senator Kupek.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A60 amendment.
Senator Kupek offers the A60 amendment. The Secretary will report the A60 amendment.
Senator Kupek moves to amend House File Number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 54, after line 2, insert. This is the A60 amendment.
Senator Kupek to your A60 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Within the bill here, it does require local municipalities to take any licenses that have been requested and act upon them within 30 days and send them back to the state. It has come to at least my recognition that in townships, sometimes they do not meet within that 30-day time period. So this amendment would allow townships to delay until they have an actual scheduled meeting before they have to submit that within 30 days. So I hope the author sees that as a friendly amendment, and we'll just make it a little bit easier not having to call special meetings from the townships to act on one of these requests.
Senator Port to the A60 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kupek. I do see this as a friendly amendment. Please vote yes.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was interesting in the underlying bill, it requires municipalities a 30-day turnaround time on these applications. And so, Mr. President, my recommendation would be to take this construct and apply it to all sorts of applications across state law, and especially if we're going to prioritize the turnaround time on cannabis applications. I do think the A60 amendment makes sense, especially for rural townships that without this would have to schedule additional meetings to consider these applications, and so I'm in support of the A60.
Senator Lucero, we're on the A60 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to echo what Senator Rasmussen just said. I actually have a city. I have a township as well in my the district I have the privilege of serving, but I also have a city that meets once a month. And so I wholeheartedly agree with what Senator Rasmussen just says, that this requirement, this 30-day, starting the clock, the 30-day clock, apply not only to townships, as the A60 is doing, but would also apply to all municipalities. I don't know. I wish I could have some language right off the bat here on the fly, but I don't. But I would encourage, as this moves forward in the conference committee, that this would seriously be looked at, because it's not just townships that perhaps meet less regularly, but also cities. Thank you, Mr. President.
We're on the A60 amendment. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support Representative Kupek's amendment. I'd ask for roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. The Secretary will take the roll on the A60 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Uma Verbaeten votes aye.
Senator Umu Verbaeten votes aye.
Senator Frentz votes aye.
Senator French votes aye, and I see him.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
And Mr. President, Senator Fateh votes aye.
And Senator Fateh votes aye. I'm going to Senator Jasinski for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7, because I'm sure no one else is doing a vote is not talking at someone else's desk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize for the delay. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes no.
Senator Weissenberg votes no.
And Senator Westrom votes aye, Mr. President.
And Senator Westrom votes aye. Anyone else? All having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 2 noes, the Kupek A60 amendment is adopted. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 4 amendments. The first one is the A72.
Senator Nelson offers the A72 amendment. The Secretary will report the A72 amendment.
Senator Nelson moves to amend House File Number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 107, line 14, after information, insert. This is the A72 amendment.
Senator Nelson to your A72.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have a bit of a loophole here that the A72 is addressing. I'll give you a brief bit of background. We know that adults are self-medicating with cannabis and as a result are suffering common and serious side effects. In fact, the 2024 Minnesota High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Area report shows an increase in the number of cannabis poison calls and hospital visits, especially among seniors. Now, unfortunately, the current cannabis law does not create a comprehensive education program for adults who use cannabis. Medical warnings on product labels or packaging or a pamphlet are one of the few ways that the Office of Cannabis Management could educate adult consumers about cannabis health risks. Now, current cannabis statute 342.63 subdivision 6 does mandate that businesses must provide to consumers factual information about impairment effects and side effects. However, here's the loophole, members. The loophole does not specify where that factual information must come from. It could come from the retailer trying to sell the products, or it could come from industry websites given out to its consumers. So the A72 is a common sense amendment regarding cannabis labeling requirements, and it just simply closes the loophole by stating that the medical warning information must be specified by the Office of Cannabis Management. And it does add statutory requirements for critical medical warnings and ensures that medical warnings are provided directly to the consumer at the time of sale. Current law would allow a retailer to put up its own perhaps misinformation about label warnings and put it on the wall when the consumers go in to buy the product, assuming they might see it. So again, this is a common sense measure. I would ask for a green vote.
Senator Port to the A72 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Nelson. If Senator Nelson would yield for a question.
Senator Nelson, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Nelson, I'm just wondering if you have checked with the Office of Cannabis Management if there is additional cost to them associated with this?
Senator Nelson.
Mr. President, Senator Port, no, I have not. I'm not exactly sure who the person is there at this point I should be speaking with, but I would hope that it's not significant. In fact, that it just means they need to approve the medical warnings that must be on the labels.
Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Nelson. I'm happy to accept this today as a friendly amendment with the understanding that if it does have a cost to it, that we work to ensure that that cost is covered in the commerce bill that's carrying the budget for the agency.
Any other questions or discussions on the A72? Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would offer an oral amendment to the amendment on line 1.9, strike the word 8 and insert 10.
The Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend the A72 amendment as follows on page 1, line 9, delete 8 and insert 10.
Senator Drazkowski, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think 10 gives more time for all parties involved to act on this particular amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Nelson, to the proposed amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have no problem with the 10 hours. However, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, I just want to make sure that the amendment still passes, whether it's at 8 or 10. So no objections to 10.
Members, to the amendment, are you wanting to speak again, Senator Jaskowski?
Just ask for a roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. We are on the amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. Members, we're on the amendment to the amendment. Senator Morrison, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7. If you need a little time, I can give you that. So once you're ready, please stand at that time. Senator Morrison, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes no.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, I'm just waiting for Senator Jasinski, who's hard at work. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President, for putting all the pressure on me, but no. Thank you. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
And Senator Westrom votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes aye.
And Senator Duckworth votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 32 noes, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. We are now on the underlying amendment. Any other discussions on the A72 as amended? And I believe a roll call was requested. Is that correct? Or was it not? Senator Rasmussen had requested a roll call, so we are making sure that happens. Senator Port, okay. Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll on the A72 amendment as amended. Please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes aye.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
And Mr. President, Senator Fateh votes aye.
And Senator Fateh votes aye. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes no.
Senator Weissenberg votes no.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes aye.
And Senator Duckworth votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 64 ayes and 1 no. The amendment as amended is adopted. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A43 amendment.
Senator Nelson offers the A43 amendment. The secretary will report the A43 amendment.
Senator Nelson moves to amend House File numbers 4757, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 40, after line 19, insert. This is the A43 amendment.
Senator Nelson, to your amendment. Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment simply adds 1 member to the Cannabis Advisory Council. We spoke about that a little bit earlier today. This particular amendment addresses the importance of a clinical pharmacist. We do need a clinical pharmacist on this board. Currently, the Cannabis Advisory Council is really stacked with industry advocates. The council would definitely benefit from having the experience and the expertise of a clinical pharmacist. That would certainly help educate the director about cannabis potency, medical warnings, medicine interactions, medical counterindications, specifically in specific populations. So a clinical pharmacy expert would also be helpful in debunking misinformation, as that might come out as well, perhaps from the cannabis industry. And so, members, I would encourage a green vote on the A43 to add that clinical pharmacist to the board.
Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Nelson. Particularly as the federal government has announced its intention to reschedule cannabis, and we expect significantly more medical research done. I think this is a great amendment, and I support it. Vote green.
All in favor of the A43 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A43 is adopted. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also have the A42 amendment.
Senator Nelson offers the A42 amendment. The secretary will report the A42 amendment.
Senator Nelson moves to amend House File number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 108, after line 9, insert. This is the A42 amendment.
Senator Nelson, to your 842 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, we touched on this section of the bill earlier, and that had to do with packaging. Members, the A42 deals with advertising. When advertising, we must ensure that the claims are not included, the advertising does not include pictures of candy, dessert, of someone consuming alcohol, and persons consuming alcohol at the same time. These are important pieces that go along with the amendment we adopted earlier, and this again has to do with advertising. I also want members to know that it requires that unverified claims, that particular piece is removed, and point 2 simply states that there must not be claims about health or therapeutic benefits or effects of consuming the products, cannabis flower, cannabis product, lower potency hemp edibles, or a hemp-derived consumer product.
Senator Port to the 842 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Nelson. I consider this to be a friendly amendment. Vote yes.
All in favor of the 842 say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. My last amendment is the A41 amendment. This deals with cannabis and substance.
Senator Nelson, you have to give us a chance to report your wonderful A41. Senator Nelson moves the A41 amendment. The Secretary will report the A41 amendment.
Senator Nelson moves to amend House File number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 7, after line 12, insert. This is the A41 amendment.
Now, Senator Nelson, you can tell me briefly about your A41.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. The A41 amendment deals with the education requirements that are already in law, but it moves them up by 1 year. And so it moves them up, instead of being ready to start 26 and 27, it moves those to 2025 and 2026. Again, I believe this is a good government amendment. We all know too well the challenges, particularly of youth who start using cannabis, particularly under the age of 17. We see 7 times as many incidents of psychoses. And it's very important that our students, our kids, get this information early. So as cannabis is now legal, it's very important that our kids, our students, are well aware of the risks, and we cannot afford to delay another year before we start cannabis education. I encourage a green vote.
Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Nelson. I consider this a friendly amendment with the caveat that during conference committee we'll need to make sure that if it has a fiscal impact, that fiscal impact moves along with it. Vote green.
I'm sorry. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'd just like to rise to support this amendment and talk a little bit about some local news in my district, in my area of the world. And I kind of struggled to where my comment should come in, because all the last couple of amendments that have been viewed as friendly go to speak to what we're really talking about on the floor today. And if any of the members would like to, there's a story in my local West Central Tribune paper, as well as the Granite Falls Gazette. So please feel free to do that. But I want to pick out a couple of things that came out of that story. And I'll just start by quoting a couple that lives here in St. Paul, and their names are Heather and Randy Bacchus, and they've been running around the state more or less telling the story of their 21-year-old son's suicide. And the reason they're doing that is to prevent similar tragedies from touching other people's lives. The St. Paul couple attributed their son Randy's death to his marijuana use that ultimately led to his addiction and psychosis. So to quote them, they said, "We tried to do all the things we could do to raise a happy, healthy children." Their son started using marijuana when he was 15. He had a recognized cannabis use disorder by age 17. He died by suicide while living in Colorado in 2021, only hours after sending a middle-of-the-night text message to his parents stating, "I wish I could have been a better person." His mom said that his brain was hijacked by cannabis. The Bacchuses have made their concerns about marijuana known to state legislators again and again. They feel like they have not been successful in seeing guardrails they believe should be incorporated into the law. Minnesota is requiring every county in the state to have at least one dispensary, they also said. There is no opting out. Audience members in Olivia, Minnesota, the small town that I represent and live in, had plenty of questions for that couple about the impact of marijuana on young people, including the one from an audience member is like, why is this legal? And Mr. President, I think these amendments go a short way in improving this bill to protect our young ones. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a roll call on the amendment.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
Mr. President, just a point of order. The last amendment, I wanted to speak, and you went directly from Senator Port to a vote without offering an opportunity for people to speak. I'd ask that you would each time make sure to offer that to the body so that in case someone wants to speak before we vote, we get a chance. Thank you, Mr. President.
I will certainly do that. Thank you, Senator Jaskowski, for the gentle reminder. Any other discussions on the A41 amendment? Roll call has been requested and a roll call has been granted. The Secretary will take the roll on the A41 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes aye.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
And Mr. President, Senator Fateh votes aye.
And Senator Fateh votes aye. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes no.
Senator Weissenberg votes no.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
And Senator Duckworth votes aye.
And Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Mr. President, I did report Senator Dames votes aye. If I did not, I report Senator Dames votes aye.
And Senator Dames votes aye. Anyone else? All senators having voted who desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 1 no, the Nelson A41 amendment is adopted. Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have the A48 amendment I would like to offer.
Senator McEwen offers the A48 amendment. The Secretary will report the A48 amendment.
Senator McEwen moves to amend House File Number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 80, lines 5 to 8, reinstate the stricken language and delete the new language. This is the A48 amendment.
Senator McEwen to your A48 amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, today I rise to offer this amendment that requires labor peace agreements on micro-business cannabis licensees. Last year, when we passed the adult use cannabis legislation, the Senate position did not exempt micro-businesses from the labor peace agreement requirement. This amendment would restore that position in this bill. It would also require the same labor standards on the THC low-potency manufacturer side of the industry. A labor peace agreement, for those who just need a little reminder of what this is, it is an agreement between an employer and labor organization that imposes obligations on both parties. These agreements are intended to protect a business's proprietary interests by prohibiting labor organizations and members from engaging in strikes, boycotts, picketing, and any other interference with the employer's business. In return, the employer is obligated not to interfere with efforts by the labor union to communicate with and with their efforts to organize and represent the employer's workers. Many other states also require these labor peace agreements in regard to cannabis businesses in their states. And I will stand for any questions or discussions. And Mr. President, I would request a roll call, please.
Roll call requested, a roll call granted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator McEwen yield for a question?
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen. So it's my understanding when I'm looking at the amendment on page 1, line 3, you're basically putting back the language that would require the low-potency manufacturers to have a labor peace agreement as a condition of their application. Mr. President, Senator McEwen, for the repealer that you have in here, could you explain what language you'd be repealing on line 1.5?
Senator McEwen, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rasmussen, for your question. Yes, I am happy to do that. So on line 1.5 of the A48 amendment, you can go ahead and pull it up if you would like to. If you type in that section of Minnesota state law, it brings up subdivision 4, which this would repeal. And that section is an exception. It states the requirement of an attestation signed by a bona fide labor organization stating that the applicant has entered into a labor peace agreement is not required as part of an application for a cannabis microbusiness license. So that exception would be deleted by line 1.5 of my amendment.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator McEwen continue to yield?
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen. And so if your amendment were to be adopted, I believe it would require any cannabis business, any potential licensee to have a labor peace agreement signed by a labor union in order to get a license. And Mr. President, I'm just wondering if Senator McEwen could tell me if I'm correct or not on that.
Senator McEwen, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rasmussen. It would require that the business agree to labor peace, which is to not engage in any type of anti-union behavior that would be coercive toward employees who are considering this type of decision. Thank you.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator McEwen continue to yield?
Will you yield? She will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen. As chair of the Labor Committee, is there any other place in Minnesota law where, as a condition of receiving a license from the state, that we require labor peace agreements from a labor organization?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's an excellent question, Senator Rasmussen, and one that I am curious myself of the answer to. I don't have that answer for you today.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen. And this was an issue that was debated as well in last year's bill. And effectively in the bill, they as a requirement of getting a license from the state, you had to have this so-called labor peace agreement that was signed by a labor union. And I looked at that time in Minnesota labor law, in our statutes, and I could not find another single industry or license that required a labor peace agreement to be signed off by a labor union. And so, Mr. President, members, let's talk about what this is. This is saying that in order to do business in the state of Minnesota, in this industry, you have to have your application signed by a labor union. And I haven't heard a compelling public policy reason for this, other than this would just force private businesses into an agreement in order to get their application. Even if they were a strong application on all other metrics that the Office of Cannabis Management wants, if they did not have a sign-off from a labor union, they wouldn't be able to get their license. And Mr. President, I think Senator Port, in her bill that came from the Office of Cannabis Management, actually recognized how burdensome this would be, especially to smaller businesses. And that's why in the original bill that passed last year, we exempted micro businesses. Senator McEwen's amendment would remove that exemption, so any cannabis business would now have to have a labor peace agreement. In addition, in the underlying bill, we also recognized that for low-potency hemp manufacturers, that it was also too onerous for them to have to go through this process. And so, Mr. President, I would ask that members vote against the McEwen amendment. This is unprecedented in Minnesota law to require a labor union to sign off on a commercial business application. And I think it's the wrong policy precedent. If labor unions want to organize, let them go organize. But we shouldn't force it through this law.
Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. Thank you, Senator McEwen, for bringing this amendment. I think it's important to recenter us for a second on the fact that a labor peace agreement is something that is beneficial to both workers and employees and to industry, because often with labor peace agreements, it is an agreement also not to boycott or picket, which as in a fledgling industry is an important part of consistent regulatory having no interruptions, particularly as we are talking about the combination or the expansion potentially of including medical cannabis. It is critical that that sort of access to medical cannabis is not interrupted by things like pickets or strikes. And labor peace agreements help to ensure that those don't happen as well. So it is a both sides of the fence kind of calming, I guess I would say. I don't have concerns about this amendment, aside from the fact that I know we had conversations last year about the micro businesses, and that the fact that those are very, very small businesses, and there could be a large amount of them. There is not a cap on the number of those businesses, and just the logistics of actually those folks all being able to connect with a proper labor union to help them understand these agreements. It's something I'm willing to consider a broader conversation on in conference committee and say I would accept this amendment as friendly today.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if Senator McEwen would yield for a question.
Will you yield? She will yield. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. In your amendment, Senator McEwen, you repeal subdivision 4 and the statute that's referenced in the amendment. I'm reading it now. So tell us, how does a business get a signed attestation from a labor organization for their participation in a labor peace agreement? How does that happen? Can you walk us through how it happens, how does a business qualify to enter into those negotiations with the union.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Drazkowski, for this question. There are unions that represent these workers who already have labor peace agreements with various businesses, and they already have these forms drawn up. So all that has to happen is for a business to contact the union and then to enter into this agreement with them and to move forward. It's not rocket science, pretty easy deal. Thanks.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator McEwen continue to yield?
She will continue to yield. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. So thank you, Senator McEwen. So Senator McEwen, would the business have to be unionized or be somehow entertaining a union or in the future entertain a union in order to gain the signed attestation from that union?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, thank you for these questions, Senator Drazkowski. The business is not the entity that decides whether to be union. The business isn't the decider. The employees are the people deciding whether or not to collectively bargain and to form a union. So what happens is those employees may be deciding to form a union. Maybe they're not deciding to form a union. That is sort of irrelevant to this issue that is before the body right now through the A48 amendment. This simply is an agreement between the business and the union to keep the peace as the employees decide if they want to pursue that or not.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator McEwen continue to yield?
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. So Senator McEwen, if there's a negotiation around a labor peace agreement going on between a business that is involved as a cannabis micro business as included in this part of the bill, if the union believes that it's too difficult for a union to happen in that business, will a union then be inclined to not sign the attestation?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Drazkowski, if I understand your question correctly, you're asking if a union would effectively say they weren't interested in the possibility ever of employees organizing under their union banner, so then they wouldn't sign off on a labor peace agreement with a business who is seeking one with them. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't imagine that ever happening. So, but if I'm misunderstanding your question, Senator, I'm happy to consider any reclarification.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen. I'm wondering if Senator Port would yield.
Senator Port is not on the floor at this moment.
Okay. Is there anybody else, Mr. President, who's been involved in writing this bill?
You asked me a question that I don't know the answer to, Senator Drazkowski.
I don't either. That's why I'm asking, Mr. President. Members, this particular provision applies to micro businesses, and it sounds like from Senator Port's discussion earlier, she validated my thinking on this. This looks like it may be the very smallest of businesses that this carve-out was provided for in the last session when this bill that at that time wasn't ready for prime time, and it appears it's not ready today either, with the majority bringing all of these amendments that they're bringing in addition to the ones the minority's bringing. So I don't know that we want to burden these. I don't know that we want to burden these businesses, these small businesses, with this additional regulation. And I think there was at least some wisdom in the discussion last year to accept them from this requirement, which does seem burdensome. My discussion with Senator McEwen, it's not real clear about all of the hurdles that a micro business would have to go through in order to do this. But I'm wondering, would Senator Klein yield for a question, Mr. President?
Senator Klein is not on the floor, Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Kupek yield for a question?
Senator Kupek, will you yield? I don't know if that means yes or yes. Okay. Senator Kupek will yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kupek, for yielding. Senator Kupek, can you tell us, and my computer just went dead, but can you tell us where in the bill the discussion on the different sizes of businesses are, or is it in this bill, or is it simply in law from last year and not referenced in the bill?
Senator Kupek.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Drazkowski. I am not an author on this bill, so I am not as familiar with that. I'm at the moment looking at the same section I think you are of lines 80 here that have been stricken, so I am not sure where that definition is.
And members, just so that we're clear, we usually don't just let members talk to other members just for the sake of talking to other members, especially if they're not connected to the underlining notion. Senator Port is back, so Senator Drazkowski, would you like to see if she's willing to yield?
I would, but first, Mr. President, can you tell us where in the rules or in the custom and usage that we are limited as a body at asking another member a question?
I'll be happy to find that for you, but would you like for Senator Port to yield?
I would, and I look forward to that answer. Thank you, if she would, Mr. President.
Senator Port, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Port, thank you. Would you outline for us, now this affects, and I thought I heard you say what validated my thinking earlier, was that this is the very smallest of businesses. It's the micro businesses that are going to be involved in this industry. Can you outline for us, because I haven't come to that part in the bill yet, my computer died, I hope to get some more electrons into it soon, but can you outline for us the different categories of businesses in this bill, kind of number of employees, relative size? Give us an idea where a micro business fits in compared to the larger ones above it.
Senator Port to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Drazkowski. Those particular designations are in last year's bill, not in this year's bill, but I can give you a general overview of them. They are not limited by employee number, so that's not a particular category or stat that I can give you, but they are limited by relative size of various things. For instance, how much canopy they could have if they are part of a cultivation license, which for a micro business is 2,000 square feet or under. And micro businesses are also limited to only one retail location if they have a retail designation.
Senator Port. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Port. Well, that's and that was very helpful. So I remain with the impression, as the impression I did get from Senator Port as well. This is the smallest of businesses, and why would we put forward another obstacle for the smallest of businesses, the very smallest, to get a foothold in order to try to get ahead in this state? And we have here what is yet another regulation for an industry, Mr. President, that hasn't even gotten started yet. And we have an amendment here to bring in the power of a union to hold over the smallest of businesses, whether or not the state is going to license them. And ostensibly, Mr. President, if the union doesn't sign into this labor peace agreement, the small businesses, the smallest ones, can't even get up and going. What kind of public policy, members, are we talking about here? These small businesses are trying to get air, trying to get going, and we are giving them yet another huge hurdle in front of them that is going to keep them, prevent them from joining in the race, growing their business, growing their family, and growing the economy here in the state of Minnesota. This is bad policy. I urge a no vote on the McEwen Amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other questions or discussions on the A48 amendments? Senator Liskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, will Senator McEwen yield for a question?
Will you yield? She will yield. Senator Liskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator McEwen, going through this, I understand the purpose. My question is pretty straightforward. Which unions would we have to ask permission for a micro business that is run by myself and I'm the only employee?
Senator McEwen, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Liskey. The unions that I'm aware of, that I guess I would say it depends. It depends on what your business specifically was doing within the cannabis space. Some workers in this space are represented by UFCW, and others are potentially represented by Unite Here Union, and there may be others. I don't know specifically, but that's information that's very easily attainable, which unions represent workers in these spaces. And this is really a labor peace agreement. Members, also, this is in no way unions coming in and having some type of control. That is a mischaracterization of what this is. This is an agreement that both parties signed, the business signs and the union signs. The union then is also limited in the actions that it can take. That's very limiting for a union. It cannot picket, it cannot strike, it cannot boycott. It has to just engage in communication and discussion with employees to see if they'd like to join a union or not. Maybe they decide not to. So what this does is just open up the possibility and create more of a level playing field. So we have agreements right from the get-go that in this industry, we're not going to have businesses union busting. We're just, it's not going to, they're going to agree from the outset that they're not going to be engaging in that. So, yes, to your question, Senator Liskey, it's quite easy to find out which labor unions are representing employees working in the cannabis space. We can, and the office will know that, our government agencies will know that this will not be a difficult thing for businesses to find out.
Senator Liskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, will Senator McEwen yield for another question?
She will yield. Senator Liskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator McEwen, do you think that OCM would be able to supply that list so it's much easier to find?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for that question, Senator Liskey. I do not know the answer to that. That's a great question. But if that's something, I'm happy to explore that with you.
Senator Liskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, so I guess my biggest concern here is that the answer is that yes, no matter what size business you are, you will have to negotiate with the unions that may or may not be overseeing the business you are trying to open. And the worst part is I asked about a self-employed business and me being the only employee. So that would be a concerning thing. I'd be negotiating a contract against myself. So with that, I would urge a no vote here. Thank you.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I have some of the same concerns that have been expressed by Senator Drazkowski and also Senator Liskey. You know, this is one of the troubling trends I've seen with some of the legislation that's come through the Labor Committee and even here as far as this amendment, is that the government decides how a business is going to operate, not as a referee, but they get inside the huddle and start calling the plays. And the thing is that what should be negotiated between an employer and employees should be we should be a referee. We shouldn't be in there deciding what they have to do. And yet, and this is just one more example, what's come through the Labor Committee is what should be, I used to be the chief negotiator for certified staff when I was on the school board for 6 years. So I learned a lot in that process. And one of the things to learn is that you don't have the state mandate and micromanage the employer-employee relationship. That is negotiated locally. And here we go down the same path of having the government at the state mandate, this is the way you're going to have to operate. And really that is, to a certain degree, picking winners and losers. And members, that never works in the long run. You don't get the best results. You get the best results when you create a level playing field. So members, please vote no on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to impose a call of the Senate.
The Senate is now under call. Senator Pratt, is the call just for this amendment or for the duration of the bill?
For the amendment, Mr. President.
Thank you for the clarification. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I was extremely disturbed by the answers that Senator Liskey got in regards to his questions. Which union, if he and a friend decide to go into partnership on a micro business, whether that's a micro business for growing or a micro business for retail, they have to come up with a labor peace agreement. What I heard from Senator McEwen was, I don't know who they would sign that with. It could depend. It could depend on the activity they're doing. Maybe multiple labor unions are representing employees in different aspects. Maybe there's some crossover. We don't know. Sir, I thought Senator Liskey asked a very straightforward question. Is there a list? The answer was, I don't know. This is too important, Mr. President, for an I don't know. If what we've heard on this bill is we can't protect kids from using and possessing cannabis because it's going to slow down the process. We can't do this because it's going to slow down the process. Oh, but if we want to be able to force a labor peace agreement, which basically says they promise not to boycott if I understand and protest if I understand what Senator McEwen said, is nothing more than extortion. I can't think of any other reason. Certainly, they're going to want to have some say in what goes on. Now, if Senator Liskey and his friend decide that, or if their business begins to grow and they begin to hire people, it should be the decision of those employees whether or not to unionize. But a labor peace agreement to say we won't boycott, we won't protest, that does not sound like fair treatment of laborers. That sounds like a burden on licensing that we've said we don't want to do. That sounds like a burden on entrepreneurship. That sounds like a burden on employing people, especially when we're giving millions of dollars to train people to work in this industry. Now we're going to make it harder for those entrepreneurs to be able to offer jobs. Mr. President, this is a nonsensical amendment and it needs to be voted down. And members, please vote no on this McEwen amendment.
Any other discussion? Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I rise to oppose the McEwen A48 amendment. I am very concerned here with the people across Minnesota. This is in regards to the micro businesses. Micro business obviously is self-explanatory, small startup. In the state of Minnesota, there are incredible barriers to entry for startup businesses. Incredible barriers to entry. There are great entrepreneurs, risk takers across this state that want to get into business, that have a fantastic idea, product, or service they would love to bring to market. As a startup business, they are faced with incredible barriers to entry, whether they be licensing fees, whether they be finding a building or facility, whether they be employees and all the additional mandates that have been placed on them. There's a whole host. And those barriers to entry squash those risk takers, those entrepreneurs that want to bring their product or service to market. This makes it worse. And I think it was Senator Pratt, Mr. President, who just said something to the effect of holding them hostage, or I forget the exact words, but it was along those lines. It gives power to those that are going to have nothing to do with the business. Now, as a former union member of several unions, Teamsters, nearly 6 years. If the Teamsters union, for example, great people, I very much enjoyed my time with the rank and file. But it is none of their business if I, as an entrepreneur who want to start a business, that they would have a say in what I'm doing. Now, after the business is started and after there are employees, there's a whole series of laws that govern organizing and employees to consider to be represented in a collective bargaining unit or as a collective bargaining unit as a union member. But that's not what's at stake here. This is, to get that license, they need to get sign-off. It's a checkbox. And it gives that power to somebody who's not involved. They're not the ones taking the risk. They're not the ones with a great idea. And as we heard with some of the answers there, as I read the verbiage that's seeking to be repealed, signed by a bona fide labor organization. Well, who is that? Is that a labor organization of a local? So in my particular case as a union member, would the shop steward be able to sign off? Would it be somebody higher up in that local, or would it have to go even higher than the local? Would it have to be Teamsters national level? Who would have to sign off? Here's another question. It just references the labor organization, but doesn't say where. So if, let's say, I'm an entrepreneur, risk taker who wants to start a micro business and I'm near the border. Let's say I'm near one of the border states, Wisconsin. Let's say I'm in Duluth. Could I go across the border and get the sign off in Wisconsin? Would that be permissible? Let's say in that scenario I'm in Duluth. Could I go to Iowa and get a sign off? It's not clear. Anything that we pass here should not be a hindrance to those risk takers who want to get into the business in their pursuit of happiness, pursuit of their dreams. But the state of Minnesota has a long history of erecting those barriers to entry and making it so incredibly difficult. And as I think of the many other examples in Minnesota's history of those businesses that are now Fortune 100 companies, they started very small. Several of them started in a garage. They were able to start in a garage because they were going to bring their product or service to market, and they didn't have this barrier to entry. Imagine the amount of money it takes, the startup costs, and this just quashes that. It piles on, I should say. It's already incredibly difficult. And Mr. President, we need to have clear answers. It should be in black and white, not vagueness, not subjectiveness, not leaving it up to interpretation, because vagueness, subjectiveness, lack of clarity is the enemy of those who don't know the law, who just want to get into business. Having lack of clarity in the law and giving some pointy-head bureaucrat in some agency the veto power to quash their business is what burns me. And I know it burns many in this chamber, and I know it burns many across the state of Minnesota. When we empower agencies and bureaucrats with ambiguity for them to abuse their power, that's what we have an opportunity here to not allow. And for that reason, Mr. President, since a roll call has already been requested, I encourage a red vote on the A48.
Any other discussions on the A48? A roll call has been requested, and the last person that we'll hear from will be the author of the A48, but I want to make sure that we've given everyone an opportunity. Seeing no other discussion, Senator McEwen, you're the last voice we'll hear before we vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you very much, members, for this great discussion. I look forward to continuing it as we go forward, and if people have questions about labor peace agreements and what they do and what they don't do, my office is open. Come and talk to me. We will talk about it. I do want to make sure that there's some clarity, because it seems like we heard some confusion about this. Bona fide labor union means exactly what it says. So it can be any labor union that signs off on a labor peace agreement with a prospective business in the cannabis space. So while there are labor unions who do tend to be the unions who represent the workers in this space already, someone, if they wanted to get a sign off from the 49ers if they wanted to, okay? So this is not, I heard things like an obstacle and that it would quash businesses. I mean, come on. These are business people. These are the people who are ready to start up a new business, and they are going to be just shackled by having to make a couple phone calls and get a signature from a union. Give me a break. So, members, respectfully, let us have the respect for our fellow Minnesotans, for labor organizers and our businesses, that they are adults, that they know how to keep the peace, and that they absolutely can be required to sign off and keep this basic peace in labor as this type of business develops here in the state of Minnesota. Respectfully, I ask for your support. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A48 McEwen Amendment. Senator Morrison, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Mr. President, Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes aye.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Barr votes no.
Senator Barr votes no.
Senator Dames votes no.
Senator Dames votes no.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Weber votes no.
Senator Weber votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
Senator Westrom votes no.
Senator Westrom votes no.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes no.
And Senator Duckworth votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 35 noes, the A48 McEwen Amendment is not adopted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I really appreciated the debate and the bipartisan vote on that last amendment that I think recognizes that requiring peace labor agreements as a condition of getting a business license in the state of Minnesota is bad public policy. And so with that, Mr. President, I would offer the A35 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A35 amendment. The Secretary will report the A35 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend House File Number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 51, strike lines 12 and 13. This is the A35 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen to your A35 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd also request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A35 is quite simple. It simply takes the other mandates for so-called peace labor agreements for the other licenses contained within the cannabis regulatory structure and removes them. I think this body rightly decided on the last amendment that these labor peace agreements are a burden for Minnesota businesses and isn't good public policy. And there's a reason when we look across Minnesota state statute that there is no other place, no other industry where we require a peace labor agreement as a condition of getting a business license. And so, Mr. President, I would ask for member support of the A35. This would put all business licenses on the parity that we did with this last amendment here, and it would still allow labor unions, if they want to go organize in the cannabis industry, they can go organize just like they do today and just like they do in any other industry across the state.
Senator Apport.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I ask for a no vote on this. We had this conversation last year, and we've had this conversation in several committees. This is a good practice to have, particularly while standing up an industry, to ensure that employees, workers are able to have safe workplaces, and that employers are able to have an industry actually take shape without disagreement and shutdown between employers and employees. Labor peace agreements simply say, we will have conversations about this, we will work together on this, we will not use underhanded tactics on either side of the fence. I ask members for a no vote.
Any other discussion on the A35 amendment? Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just fascinated by the articulation and the perception that I just heard described of businesses that aren't represented by unions. Again, I have been a union member for many, many years, 3 different unions. And I've been a non-union member for different employers. And what I just heard described, unfair, underhanded tactics, working together, cooperation or communication, it is amazing to me that there's a perception out there that employers that don't have unions are somehow not talking with their employees, not talking, not cooperating, not communicating with their employees. That they somehow would have disagreements that would not allow them to get off the ground. All of that is amazingly ignorant. And earlier, also, Mr. President, we heard it articulated that there was a lack of consistency on a different amendment. Well, here's an opportunity to bring consistency. So, Mr. President, there already is a roll call, so I would encourage a green vote on this amendment.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And would Senator Port yield to a question?
Senator Port, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Port, is there anything in your bill here in front of us that would require the neighbors or other local residents around where one of these folks would operate under their license that would require those sign-offs from individuals?
Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'd like to say I resent the implication that supporting labor peace agreements or that any of the members in this body are ignorant. I think that was pretty out of line. But also would like to clarify that this amendment doesn't say you can't support a union, just like having a labor peace agreement doesn't say you have to be in a union. Senator Rarick, to your question, no, neighbors are able to have their voice in zoning regulations through the cities, and the cities have zoning sign-off on these businesses, just like they do in other ways in their cities. So that sort of local control is put into this bill through that process, which already exists and is upheld in this bill.
Members, just as a friendly reminder, under Rule Section 121, no member may indulge in personalities, impugn motives or members, or use indecent or profane language on the floor. It's just a friendly reminder to all of us, just so that we make sure that we are maintaining the best and the highest level of debate with each other. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Port yield to a follow-up question?
Senator Port, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Eric.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Port, you mentioned that the local residents would be able to do this through their local, say, city, township, county, through zoning ordinances. Would the person applying for the license have to go through and get a sign-off and be able to prove that that zoning is applicable and that they are compliant to that zoning in their application for the license?
Senator Port, to the question.
Yes, that is specifically a step of the license that we discussed earlier today and significantly many, many, many times last year.
Senator Eric.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, at least that's a little bit of consistency, but the one thing I will say, Mr. President, where the residents of an area, and especially those in the nearest proximity to where operations are going to happen, typically are completely unaware that that is happening until all of that is in place. Thus, they do not know when to engage in the process to make sure that the local zoning ordinances would reflect their wishes. I happen to have that happening within my district right now. So I know firsthand the very neighbors of a place where someone is seeking the license for one of these operations is pitting families against families, unfortunately. It's pitting neighbor against neighbor. In this particular area, no one had any idea this was happening until virtually everything was already in place and agreements were made with the local township. They had no input, even though this impacts the neighbors far more than anyone else. So I think if we are looking for consistency, I mean, that is something we should absolutely be having a part of this. And I think as we look at this amendment, it is something that we should be incorporating into this bill. I think the early on processes should be focused far more on the very local impacts of what it is. And then once those are put in place, I think Senator Lucero brought it up very well. After a business is established and running, it is then that the employees would start a process of whether they want to be part of a union or not. And until that point, I just cannot understand where you would have it where you would have to seek out and get basically the permission from a local union. And another question, again, that I would have around that is, as you're going forward looking for that sign-off from a union, who's making that decision? Is the union going to the membership and taking a vote to get that decision? Is the board voting? Do you just have to convince the business manager to sign? I don't know that that's really spelled out here either. And until that is clarified, I don't believe it should be part of this bill, and I would suggest a green vote on the Rasmussen Amendment.
We are on the 835 Rasmussen Amendment. Anyone else before I go to the author of the bill? He would be the the author of the amendment. He'll be the last one to speak before we vote. Senator Rasmussen, to your 835.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to state clearly that I support collective bargaining. I support collective bargaining, but that's not what this bill does. This bill requires a state agency to sign off on your licensing form whether or not you have an agreement with a labor union. And I think that Minnesota's unions can go and organize in this industry just like they do in any other. And Mr. President, if we don't adopt the 835 today, we will set a very unique precedent here in the state of Minnesota. And my question to colleagues who are considering voting against this amendment are, when does it stop? Are we going to require nursing homes to have a peace labor agreement? They get licensed by the state. If we have CPAs and an accounting firm, they're licensed by the state. Do they have to have a peace labor agreement? We heard from some of the proponents of keeping these agreements in the bill that it would prevent work stoppage. And Mr. President, this is the recreational cannabis industry. It's not the defense industry. It's not air traffic controllers. We're talking about recreational cannabis. And so I would encourage members to vote yes for this amendment. Let unions do their organizing without government interfering and having this be a condition of having a license. We had bipartisan recognition in the last amendment that these peace labor agreements are a barrier to businesses. And so by voting yes on this amendment, we're just being consistent and recognizing that we shouldn't have this in Minnesota law, where in order to get a license from the state, you have to have sign-off from a union. So I would ask for members' support.
The Secretary will take the roll on the 835 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Umu Verbaden votes no.
Senator Umu Verbaden votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
Senator Westrom votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 35 noes, the A35 Rasmussen Amendment is not adopted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. As this bill has been debated, one of the largest areas of controversy have been on the social equity status language. And effectively, the Office of Cannabis Management has come to the legislature this year and has admitted that the social equity status language that was passed in last year's bill will likely face constitutional challenges and issues. Effectively, they're saying that the courts have ruled that favoring one class of persons over another in current law would likely be found unconstitutional. And so in the bill, they have instead proposed a lottery for social equity applicants. And it's been really interesting, Mr. President, we've heard from many of these potential social equity applicants their opposition to the lottery. And I think it's because of an inherent unfairness with this lottery system, where you could have two identical applicants submit an application to the Office of Cannabis Management, and one gets lucky, one is unlucky, and that determines their business future here in the state of Minnesota. And so I think, Mr. President, that we need to address this. And so with that, Mr. President, I would like to offer the A57 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A57 amendment. The Secretary will report the A57 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend House File Number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 40, after line 19, insert. This is the A57 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen to your A57 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A57 amendment would remove the social equity status language in this bill and in the underlying law altogether, and would instead have the Office of Cannabis Management have a merit-based system for approving applications. So the other criteria about business readiness, having a plan for success, being in an area that is perhaps in need of another cannabis business, all of those factors would be considered, but we wouldn't have this issue of this unfair and likely unconstitutional social equity status language. And so I'd ask for members' support of the A57. We shouldn't be favoring one class over another, and I think this would be a way to make sure that we have a successful launch of the cannabis industry here in Minnesota.
Senator Report to the A57.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. To be clear, what has been challenged in other states is subjective decision-making and points in the process where subjectively someone in an office is deciding whether or not you meet a qualification or you're more qualified than someone else. It doesn't have anything to do with social equity status. We made a decision here in Minnesota that as we set up an industry that has in the past, under prohibition, faced disproportionate impacts on communities, that we wanted to repair some of the harm that the state was responsible for. That is why we have social equity applicants. That is the reason we're moving to the lottery. Has nothing to do with social equity applicants. Instead, has to do with removing the office's ability to make subjective decisions about who or what businesses are more qualified. And to be clear, to underline the point that the lottery has nothing to do with social equity applicants, there is also a lottery for general applicants, and there was a lottery in the bill last year.
Any other discussions on the A57 before we go back to the author of the A57? Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask for roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Kroon. Well, we're going to go to Senator Lucero. Now, did you still want to be on the list? Because I saw you earlier. I wanted to make sure. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stood up 3 times there, buttoned my sport coat, and then unbuttoned and then rebuttoned. So I appreciate it. I rise in support of the A57 amendment. The whole concept of social equity is one I find incredibly troubling. This idea that we're going to prescribe in law that some are more deserving than others. That should not be the case. Statute should focus on equality. And if the statute is focused on equality, that is then the most fair system, not prescribing these social equity, because somebody has to prescribe the qualifications. And it should be based on merit. It should be based on a demonstration of ability, not based on government prescribing and perpetuating an attitude, a philosophy that we're going to use the law and statute to create equity. We all have equal opportunity. And that's what makes this country so great. So again, this is already law, and it was discussed last year. And I appreciate the A57 amendment to repeal this, to pull it out. Because this direction that we're going, we hear this conversation over and over and over and repeated. And it creates this false idea. It perpetuates a false idea that you can't achieve, that you are in your position in society as a result of forces that are beyond your control. When the reality is, there certainly are forces that are outside of our control that do influence us in our lives. Absolutely. But the number one factor in where we go in life, where we end up as we pursue happiness and chase our dreams, the number one factor, the number one influencer is our own decisions. Now, our decisions is based on a mindset or influenced by a mindset. And that mindset is influenced by those around us. The mindset of how we perceive ourselves, how we perceive others, is guided by many things: friends, family, culture, but also including government. And it's unfortunate that we have this prevailing philosophy that's being pushed over and over and over again, which I believe is poison. It's poison to think that the very, very evil wrongs of the past can somehow be corrected by perpetuating this idea of social equity and using government to create or make up for wrongs of the past is something that just cannot be tolerated. We need to rip out this poison. Instead, we need to promote, as Senator Rasmussen said, merit and achievement, that you can do it, that you're not being held back. There is no systemic, current, institutional racism or other things that are holding one back. One can create a prison in their mind based on these false ideas that are being promoted by institutions, including government. And that's what the statute from last year does. That is the reason why the A57 amendment is so important to rip out. Rip out that poison that was passed into law last year. You know, and I'll conclude with this, Mr. President. When I was in Spring Lake Park High School, one of the things, even to this day, I still remember that they emphasized: excellence in achievement. Excellence. They emphasize excellence, that you can do it. It's going to take a lot of work. It's going to be hard. It's going to take sacrifice. But you are the only one holding yourself back. And I so appreciate that, and that fundamentally had an impression on my mind then, which formed a foundation of my mindset in the choices that I have made as an adult throughout my life. An emphasis on excellence and achievement. I can't imagine if I had been fed the lie, the poison, that I can't achieve because of some external forces that I don't have control over. That would have fundamentally altered the course of my life. So, Mr. President, we need to support this amendment. We need to vote green. We need to roll back that which was passed into statute last year. Thank you so much.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. When I campaigned for this position a couple of years ago, I was asked quite a bit about my position on the legalization of recreational marijuana. And my answer was always, it depends on what the bill would look like. And I didn't say that about a lot of things, but I didn't quite know how it would look. And so I tried to be honest in that assessment. And now that this bill is passed last year, and we have recreational marijuana, I talked to a lot of constituents about this issue, and they all assume that we're down here in St. Paul and we're actually debating whether or not recreational marijuana should be legal. They think we're down here debating things like health effects, public safety, and sometimes we were. But when I describe to those constituents the social equity preferences in licensure and social equity and grant programs, every single time their jaw drops. They don't understand that was in the bill or why it should be in the bill, why we should even be debating things like that. They're thinking, well, the issue is should it be legal or not. Every single person that I've talked to in my district thinks that this concept is utterly ridiculous. Even my most ardent pro-marijuana friends and constituents who rib me, give me grief for voting no on the bill, every single one of them, everyone understands my vote when I explain the social equity issues that were in this bill. And many of them actually agree with my vote after I explain what was in the bill. The bottom line, Mr. President, is the government should not be picking winners and losers based on subjective social equity criteria. The government's role, if we're going to legalize marijuana, recreational marijuana, which we did last year, the government's role should be limited to legitimate licensing criteria and a transparent and open licensing process. I don't know how transparent the lottery system is either. Looking at the language in there, it doesn't seem like there's any transparency or openness involved in that process. That's concerning as well. I think the government should be looking at business-ready issues, the merits of the licensing application, and similar to how we conduct licensing applications for a whole host of other issues. And so I fully support Senator Rasmussen's A57 amendment, bringing this issue back to where it should be and doing the people's business as they expect us to do it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McWade.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I stand to ask people to vote red on this amendment. We could come into this chamber, Mr. President, and pretend like nothing has happened before this moment ever in time. We could do that, but that would be really weird. It would be a bad way to make policy. It would be a terrible way to right the wrongs of history. You know that my father is black. He was born and raised in Chicago. He was born in the late 40s, so he was a teenager in the 60s. And growing up here in Minnesota, he would tell me a lot about his life, Mr. President. And I remember when he told me about the quote from the assistant to the president of domestic affairs and how he admitted that the war on drugs, and in particular, the criminalization of cannabis, was specifically to break up the organizing that was happening in black communities. And I think about that quote often. You know what the war on drugs was really about, he said? The Nixon White House had two enemies, the anti-war left and black people. We couldn't make it illegal to be against the war or black, but we could associate them with cannabis, criminalize it, and then we could disrupt their communities, arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night after night on the news. And they did. Not just in DC, but across the country, including in places like Minnesota. And over decades, that criminalization and that vilification continued and continued, alongside things like redlining and building polluting factories next to child care centers and in black and brown communities, where lead is leached into water, where kids have asthma and underinvested in schools, where they learn nothing about people who look like them except for slavery and then MLK. So we could pretend all of that didn't happen and then legalize cannabis and exclude everybody who was underneath the vilification and the criminalization of cannabis. Because you couldn't make it illegal to be black, but you could make it illegal to use or have cannabis. Now, white and black people have and use it at the same rates, but they're charged and convicted at disproportionate rates. Veterans who lost their honorable status, oftentimes disabled veterans, for having cannabis to treat things like chronic pain and anxiety and PTSD. So what this provision does is say that the war on these people and the criminalization that happened from the government, from the state, was wrong. And as we endeavor into this new industry, we understand that. And we're going to make sure that the people we harmed the most can be part of this endeavor, knowing that the people we harmed the most with this criminalization and vilification didn't just have the effect of not being able to be part of the cannabis industry, but had things like lost jobs, generational wealth devastated, health devastated. Those are real things. And so taking the subjective piece out of it and righting the wrongs of history, having the lottery, is not only the right thing to do, it is the normal thing to do, unless we'd like to pretend that literally nothing has ever happened before today when we are voting on this cannabis bill. I don't think that's a good way to make policy. And so I appreciate Senator Port's extensive work to bring us the bill last year and to bring us this bill this year. We should not go backwards. We should not pretend like what we did for decades wasn't harmful to people, and that to undo the harm, we don't have to do something differently. So I'm going to ask members to vote red on this amendment and continue to support the work to undo the century of harmful policy that we had in place that hurt so many of us here in Minnesota. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the A57 before I go to the author, who will be the last voice that we hear before we take a vote? Seeing none, Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was about this time last year, as the cannabis bill was being debated and moving through committees, that I got a text message from a constituent. And they got a direct mail piece that asked a big question: have you been convicted of a cannabis charge? Call here for business opportunities. And I think it's really interesting, Mr. President, that effectively, if this amendment is not adopted, we will be giving preference for business licenses within cannabis to individuals who have broken Minnesota's drug laws. And I think it's important for us to understand this isn't just a small program. When we asked the director, the interim director of the Office of Cannabis Management, what proportion of licenses that her goal was to issue to social equity applicants, she said their goal will be 50%. And so I think it's really important, Mr. President, that when these licenses are given out, that we don't create a fast lane for individuals who have already shown us that they can't follow Minnesota drug laws. Instead, if we adopt this amendment, we will have a merit-based system that's based off of business plans, that's based off of prior compliance with Minnesota drug laws, with Minnesota labor laws. We will prioritize those aspects and not creating a fast lane for those who could not follow the law. I would ask for members' support of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary would take the roll on the A57 Rasmussen Amendment. Senator Morrison. For those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
Mr. President, Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes no.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Westrom votes aye.
And Senator Westrom votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A57 Rasmussen Amendment is not adopted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A58 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A58 amendment. The secretary will report the A58 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend House File 4757, the first unofficial engrossment as follows. Page 59 after line 16, insert. This is Amendment A58.
Senator Rasmussen, to your A58 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested and a roll call granted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Because the last amendment wasn't adopted, I wanted to continue a conversation that we had on this bill last year. Currently, in the bill before us, the Office of Cannabis Management includes several classes of individuals who may not work in the cannabis industry. This includes sex traffickers, labor traffickers, first and second degree drug offenses, and some fraud and financial crimes. So they've included that on a list of individuals who cannot work in the industry. The provision in the A58 amendment would expand the list of ineligible persons to exclude from licensure to those who have committed the most serious offenses. I just wanted to walk through some that we have on here. One is for a crime of violence. We also have anyone who is required to register as a predatory offender. We have people who can have protection orders against them, who have committed domestic abuse, and also who have committed violence with firearms. So I think, Mr. President, if we're going to have a bill that rewards criminality, that we make sure that for these very serious crimes, that they would not qualify for the special status here in this bill, I would ask for members' support.
Senator Port to the A58 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. The office already has authority to use any felony conviction that they deem necessary to not allow for license. We were very specific as we made the list of things that we absolutely wanted to be disqualifiers, understanding that once you are in the criminal justice system, it is easy to have additional charges laid upon you, and cannabis was certainly over-policed in that way. Members, I ask for a no vote, and for the continued assertion that this bill rewards criminality. We have decriminalized the offenses that are continually being brought up, and we don't wish to hold what is now legal against a community that has been over-policed. I ask for no vote.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. With Senator Port, yield for question.
Senator Port, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Port, you mentioned that the agency has the authority to remove eligibility from this category for people who have committed crimes of violence. Can you expound on that? Point us to the language that exists now. Do they have the authority to do it, or are they directed by law to do it? There's a very important distinction there. I wonder if you can make it for us.
Senator Port, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's Minnesota Statute 2023 Supplemental Section 342.15 Subdivision 2 reads, the office may by rule determine whether any felony conviction, including but not limited to convictions for non-cannabis controlled substance crimes in the first or second degree, human trafficking, labor trafficking, fraud, or financial crimes, disqualify an individual from holding or receiving a cannabis license.
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator Port, you answered the question directly. It says they may. It says the government may do that. It doesn't direct them. It doesn't disqualify people who have committed these crimes of violence for eligibility for this program, but instead says the government may. The government may do nothing as well. It simply gives them the ability to do it. There is no assurance to anyone that anyone is going to be excluded from eligibility in this program, regardless of what kind of crimes they've committed. Mr. President, would Senator Port yield again?
Senator Port, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Port, so under the bill the way it is now, or under the law the way it is now, with the bill, if it's passed today without this amendment, will somebody convicted of murder, of burglary, or of rape, will they be eligible to be included in these categories, including this amendment?
Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the question. It's the rulemaking that is being done right now by the agency has not been published. I am very smart, but I am not clairvoyant, so I do not know the answer to that question.
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, to the best that we know here today, Mr. President, the answer is yes. If you are a person convicted of murder or burglary or rape in the state of Minnesota, you are going to be allowed to be in this special category that the authors of this bill have created over time that rewards people who commit crimes of violence to be involved in these businesses, to be first in line ahead of people who are following the law. I don't know how our state and our lawmakers are going off of the rails, Mr. President, but they are. We're rewarding criminals and putting them first in line against the people who follow the law every day and giving them special preference. Do the people of Minnesota know what's going on here? I sure hope they're paying attention, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Rasmussen's amendment, it shouldn't even be necessary. We shouldn't have a bill before us that even allows this. We shouldn't have a law that was written into law last year that even allows this. It's beyond the thinking of the average Minnesotan to think that we have special preferences given to criminals who create violence against other people to be part of these programs, to be first in line for these businesses. But we have, thankfully, Senator Rasmussen's amendment here to bring a piece of common sense back, to bring the Minnesota legislature back onto the rails again in regard to this provision and enact some common sense into the direction that this misdirected bill is going. Members, I encourage a yes vote, a green vote for Senator Rasmussen's amendment. Let's bring some sensibility back to where we're going. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recenter us back for a second. If you look in the original bill that was passed, which is now Chapter 342.17 of law, it talks about social equity applicants. To be clear, I can say this again, the only offense for which you can become a social equity applicant because of is an offense involving the possession or sale of cannabis or marijuana prior to May 1st, 2023, or had a parent, child, guardian, spouse, or dependent who was convicted of an offense involving a possession or sale of cannabis or marijuana prior to May 1st, 2023, or was a dependent of an individual who was convicted of an offense involving the possession or sale of cannabis or marijuana prior to May 1st, 2023. When we talk about the rest of this that the agency has the ability to do, we're talking about whether they have the ability to deny a license in general for any person. But you do not qualify to be a social equity applicant by being convicted of any crime. They are clearly laid out to be only the possession and sale of cannabis or marijuana prior to May 1st, 2023. We could keep reading it over and over and over again, but I think it's pretty clear. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Krohn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise in support of Senator Rasmussen's A58. The social equity applicant giving preferential treatment for a prior conviction for the possession or sale of marijuana prior to May 1, 2023. I think that's bad enough. And I know that we have decriminalized recreational marijuana. And I know that some people don't think that that's a serious offense even prior to when it was decriminalized. But the idea, when I go back into my district and talk to people, even people that very much wanted recreational marijuana legalized, the idea that we're giving preferential treatment to people who have been convicted of a crime it's mystifying to them. And you can say, well, we're decriminalizing it now, or it wasn't that serious before, Mr. President, but it still gives preferential treatment to somebody who has shown a disregard for the rule of law. It's giving them preferential treatment. Now, I know in terms of applying for liquor licenses and things of that nature, you certainly don't get preferential treatment for violating the law. Now, there may be some prior convictions that they may overlook or that may not automatically disqualify you from getting a license, but you certainly don't get preferential treatment. So there's a distinction there. I'm not saying necessarily that any prior conviction for cannabis possession or sale should automatically disqualify you for a license, but it certainly should not give you preferential treatment. And how this relates to the A58, Mr. President, is that this is even more common sense, because what it's saying is you are disqualified if you've been convicted for a felony crime of violence. And that certainly makes an abundance of sense. I think any rational person in my district would say, well, yeah, absolutely, that should disqualify them. And so I just think that we need to get this discussion here on recreational cannabis and licensing back to a state of reality, back to a state of getting this back on the rails and getting the state focused on what it should be doing in terms of licensing, and not giving these preferential treatments for people who've been convicted of a crime, and making sure that people who have been convicted of felony crime of violence are not able to get these licenses. So I would encourage a yes vote on the A58. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, I'd like to share a few thoughts here that I hope may clarify the conversation a little bit. First of all is to respond to the suggestion from Senator Drazkowski that these individuals are already not disqualified. Because as Senator Port indicated, the rulemaking process is ongoing right now. And in committee, we were told it was likely to be done either by the end of this calendar year or the beginning, I think it was more specifically the beginning of 2025. In any case, because of the very nature of the process here and what's involved with licensing, that rulemaking process will be completed before there is the licensing application that would or would not disqualify any particular individuals from being able to obtain a license to operate a business, a cannabis business. So to say that right now this is the situation is simply inaccurate. The question will be, once the rulemaking is done, what's on the list of automatic disqualification? What's not on the list of automatic disqualification? Secondly, I've been looking through the list of the statutes here that are cited in Senator Rasmussen's amendment. I'm just going to pull up one more of them here because these are extremely broad categories in some cases. For example, if you look at line 2.7 of the amendment, it cites the definition of a crime of violence under 624.712, subdivision 5. And, you know, I know from my experience in criminal law statutes that there are probably 4 or 5 different definitions of crimes of violence in Minnesota statutes, paragraphs that have a serial listing of crimes that are considered to be violent under those circumstances. And some of them truly are violent activities like murder and so on. But sometimes you get a little bit further away from the actual violence when you get further down the list. Not that some of the conduct that's criminalized isn't bad conduct, but it isn't necessarily violent conduct, even if you accept for purposes of argument that violence is a legitimate criteria for disqualifying applicants for these licenses. But just to give you an example, neglect of a child is listed in the crime of violence under the under 624.712, which members, by the way, is in the firearms statute. These are crimes that would disqualify a person from lawfully possessing a firearm. So there's a real reason for being able to directly connect a crime of violence to the conduct that's the subject of the statute in which this list of crime of violence occurs. But neglect of a child, that could include leaving a child unattended while you run to a grocery store. I mean, I've seen cases, charges of this nature. Now, I'll be honest, and I should say I'll be candid in the way this is listed. It's felony convictions for the following offenses. Sometimes felony means there's some other consequences of, say, the neglect of a child, or sometimes it has to do with, if it's an enhanceable offense, what kind of priors there might be in a particular person's history. Sometimes we've got harassment, which now this would be a felony violation of the harassment statute, but harassment by definition can include repeated unwanted phone calls. I mean, that's just the definition of harassment. So no, we don't have to have the argument whether that's appropriate or not in the enhancement provision or the prohibition provision in the firearm possession statute. But that's among the definition that is being incorporated into the proposed disqualification for being able to operate a cannabis business. Felony violations of Chapter 152 are listed here, and they are also, well, they're not separately listed in the amendment specifically as a felony violation. Well, some felony violations of Chapter 152 may involve drugs not involving marijuana, that, again, may not have been violent in and of their very nature of the conduct that was involved in that particular offense. So again, I'm drawing a distinction here as to what is really violent, what isn't violent. This definition that is in the proposed amendment is very broad, and it may well be relevant to the statute in which it exists in current law, but it may not be as relevant, or some of it may not be as relevant in the statute that this amendment proposes to incorporate it in, which is a disqualification for a license to operate a cannabis business. Some of the other provisions here, line 2.8, deals with predatory offenders. Okay, that might be a valid disqualification purpose for some purposes, but it may or may not be a relevant disqualification for the ability to safely operate a lawful business involving cannabis. On line 2.9, it talks about Chapter 518B.01, which is the Domestic Abuse Act, or an order for protection. So I query the relevant connection between a violation, and this is not only felony violations, so 518B is not even necessarily a criminal statute. It's got civil components and civil orders for protection that appear to be involved here. So whether a person has an order for protection connecting to them, or may have been accused of or convicted of violating an order for protection by making a phone call to a protected party, and those are even misdemeanor level offenses. There are plenty of those out there. Plenty of prosecutors will bring those charges. Plenty of prosecutors will not negotiate and insist on a conviction if there's evidence that a phone call was made to a protected party. A simple phone call could result in a disqualification under this amendment to operate a cannabis business. There is the domestic assault statute that's in here. The domestic assault statute does include domestic assault fear. So causing fear that someone might be physically harmed, even at a misdemeanor level. You get into a loud argument and the other person gets scared that you might hit them. That doesn't mean you did hit them, doesn't mean you did hurt them, doesn't mean that their fear was even legitimate. But if there's evidence to suggest that you intended to scare them, that's enough to support a conviction for domestic assault fear. If that happens even once at a misdemeanor level under this amendment, that would disqualify them for being a social equity applicant under this proposed amendment. The harassment restraining order statute is also listed here. So again, harassment is defined as 2 or more unwanted phone calls, among other definitions. But again, so if you get convicted of violating a harassment restraining order by making a phone call against a protected party, or sending a text message, or messaging them on social media, may not involve anything more than that violates an HRO, even a misdemeanor conviction for that would disqualify a person. And then you can take a look at the next paragraph, which has a long list of offenses I'm not going to go through, but also talks about basically any offenses in which a firearm was used in the commission of the offense. Now, again, these may all well be fine and good for the purposes that they are incorporated in the original statutes. But the question before this body now is whether they are a relevant basis for disqualifying an applicant for a license to operate a lawful business in Minnesota, a business which is not connected to any of the particular kinds of crimes or offenses or convictions that are listed in this amendment. So under this bill, or under existing law, cannabis, in most circumstances, is a legal substance in Minnesota. And the framework in the existing statute is to set up a legal framework for operating a business that cultivates, distributes, sells cannabis. These will be lawful businesses. And I really fail to see the connection here between the list of disqualifying offenses and the ability to safely operate the business. Now, if we're worried about fraud, like someone's going to take a business and cook the books, or siphon cash out of the business and stuff like that, my understanding is that's already in the statute as prohibited. And that does have a direct connection to the ability to safely and lawfully operate a business. So to me, that's a legitimate connection there. But what's listed here is not. And not only is it, we're talking about the safe operation of what will be a lawful business, but also whether or not the conduct is particularly ripe for abuse in the operation of that lawful business. So just because someone has a conviction for any of the stuff that's up here doesn't mean that because they are operating a cannabis business, there's a particular susceptibility or likelihood or vulnerability or danger to the public or danger to the consumers in the business that they would be licensed to operate here because of a conviction for any of the items that are listed, or I would say, without being too over-encompassing, most of the items that are listed in this amendment. So members, I just don't think there is a clear connection between what this amendment intends to do, the problem it's intending to solve, the harm that it's intending to prevent, and the bill that we're dealing with here today. And so for these reasons, I would oppose adoption of the A4 amendment.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Last, for listening through all that. I'm not an attorney, but there was a lot of different things included. So I want to thank Senator Rasmussen. He's been really the bird dog on this bill to watch what's going on, so I want to thank you for that. So if he'd stand for a question. So in my local government experience, we used to do a lot of compliance checks for alcohol, tobacco, to make sure that our businesses were selling it legally. So what we would do is the police department would go in and send an underage person either to buy alcohol or to buy cigarettes. And if these businesses were selling illegally to our minors, then we would ticket them, we'd give them 2 infractions, we'd take their license away. Because obviously as a parent, I don't want a business in town selling illegal things to my minor kids. So as part of this, Senator Rasmussen, so if there was a person that sold illegal drugs to minors, are they given priority to own a business to sell cannabis?
Senator Jasinski, I naturally assume you're asking Senator Rasmussen to yield. Senator Rasmussen will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Jasinski, for the question. I would direct members to page 58 of the bill, where it talks about social equity applicants. And it states there, right at the start of that section, that an applicant qualifies as a social equity applicant if the applicant, 1, was convicted of an offense involving the possession or sale of cannabis or marijuana. So, Mr. President and Senator Jasinski, I see no qualifier there for selling to minors. And so my reading of this bill, and I haven't memorized all of it, is that if you were convicted of selling cannabis to a minor, that would then qualify you as a social equity applicant under the law.
Senator Jasinski.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rasmussen. As a parent in Minnesota, I hope you're listening. So now we are going to have people, legal adults, who illegally sold a controlled substance to a minor. Remember, folks, these are our children, our 12-year-olds, our 13-year-olds in grade school and junior high are now going to give priority to sell marijuana. How absurd is this body thinking about something like this? I don't know what parent in the state of Minnesota would not be scared as hell of what we're doing here today. Again, you're going to have people given priority that broke the law and sold illegal drugs to our kids, now given priority to own a business to sell drugs. Folks, if you can't make this up, I sure as hell can't. Folks, vote in favor of the A58 amendment.
Members, I'm going to give you a gentle reminder of Section 121, use of disorderly words in debate. No member may indulge in personality, impugn motives of members, or use indecent or profane language. So I'm just asking us, I'm not saying what words are not, but I'm asking you to measure and be thoughtful about the words that you use on the floor. Senator Jasinski.
Mr. President, I apologize. Thank you.
Any other members before we go to Senator Rasmussen, who is the author of the amendment? There's been a roll call requested and a roll call has been granted. Seeing no others, the last words you'll hear from, last person you'll hear from is Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate the robust discussion on this amendment, and I think both proponents and opponents have actually described this amendment quite accurately. So, Mr. President, I think the body understands what we're debating here today. So, to take a step back, the social equity status effectively creates a preferred track for applicants. And what this amendment does is it states that you do not qualify for that preferred fast track if you have committed a crime of violence, if you are on the predatory offender list, if you've committed violence involving a firearm. Mr. President, I appreciate Senator Latz going through the list of crimes that this could involve. And I think, in my view, they are all quite serious crimes. And again, I think the stated goal of this bill is for individuals who are going to be cultivating cannabis in the cannabis industry. We expect them to comply with these very complicated laws and regulatory system. But for those who have engaged in serious crimes, like crimes of violence, they shouldn't be benefiting from prior convictions to get a preferred access to a license here in Minnesota. And so I just want to be clear on what a no vote means on this amendment. It means that you think someone who's been convicted of a crime of violence should still be eligible for the preferred path. I don't think they should be, Mr. President. I don't think most Minnesotans think that they should be. We should not be rewarding criminality. Other places of this bill already recognize other disqualifying crimes. I think this is a very appropriate, common sense amendment, and I would ask for member support.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A58 Rasmussen Amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Umu Verbaeten votes no.
Senator Umu Verbaeten votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
And Mr. President, Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Westrom votes aye.
And Senator Westrom votes aye. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A57 Rasmussen amendment is not adopted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've had a couple of local cannabis businesses in the area that I represent reach out to me, request meetings, and I've gone and visited with them. And I was surprised to hear their number one concern is that they see illegal products being sold in the marketplace, and not much is being done about it. And that was their biggest concern. And the Office of Cannabis Management, Minnesota Department of Health, those that have been going and inspecting different cannabis retailers have found numerous violations across the state from product that is not legal to sell here in the state of Minnesota. And Mr. President, we even saw with Governor Walz's first appointment to lead the Office of Cannabis Management resigned within about a day of being appointed because she too was found to have broken the law in this regard. And so to help address this concern, Mr. President, I want to offer the A64 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A64 amendment. The Secretary will report the A64 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend House File Number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 55, line 18, before the, insert A. This is the A64 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the amendment before you would require that the Office of Cannabis Management could not issue a cannabis business license to any person or business who has been convicted of illegally selling cannabis after May 1 of 2023. And I think, Mr. President, that's really important because we're going to have a bunch of these businesses and individuals who are today selling illegally be seeking legal business licenses. And I think we have to have a penalty that would prevent those businesses from getting a legal license when they have shown and demonstrated and been convicted of not being able to follow the law. Given feedback, Mr. President, that I got in committee on an earlier version of this amendment, I do include in paragraph C that the Office of Cannabis Management can set aside the violation if the office finds that the violation occurred as a result of a mistake made in good faith and that the violation does not involve gross negligence in illegal sale of cannabis or cause harm to the public. There are some concerns that given the complexity of the rules in Chapter 342 and the new regulations that there might be an honest mistake that's made here or there. So I've included language in this amendment to give the Office of Cannabis Management ability to set aside that violation. I think this is a really common sense amendment. Again, we don't want to reward people who are breaking the law with a license. We want to prioritize those who are following the law. And especially, Mr. President, because we are likely, as we've heard from the bill author, to have a general lottery for many of these licenses. Many qualified applicants will not be able to get a license because of this lottery. And so this would simply be stating that if you have broken the law, if you've demonstrated that you can't follow our current cannabis laws, that you do not get to go to the front of the line, but you have to go to the back of the line. And we will prioritize Minnesotans and Minnesota businesses who have been following the law and waiting for the legal process to unfold. So I'd ask for members' support, Mr. President, and I would also request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with Senator Rasmussen that this is a common sense provision, which is why we gave the Office of Cannabis Management the authority to do this last year. But if this comfort language makes folks feel more comfortable, I'm happy to accept this as a friendly amendment.
Senator Rasmussen, with this being a friendly amendment, do you still want the roll call vote? Roll call was requested. Any other discussions? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the A64 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes aye.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye. Members, as another gentle reminder, no one should be at a member's desk while we're in the midst of a vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Westrom votes aye.
And Senator Westrom votes aye. Any other votes? All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 65 ayes and 0 nays, the A64 Rasmussen Amendment is adopted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A59 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A59 amendment. The secretary will report the A59.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend House File Number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 114, delete Section 137. This is the A59 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen to your A59 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A59 brings us back to the early cultivation language that we discussed a little bit earlier. And what the A59 amendment does is it removes this early cultivation program. And I think, Mr. President, this is a really important thing for us to do, because if we do not remove this program, it will allow individuals who have not received a license to start cultivating cannabis. And I understand, and we've talked a little bit about this pre-approval process and that there are some hoops to jump through. But, Mr. President, what this effectively does and what this language does is it avoids the rulemaking process for the cultivator license. And when I asked in committee why we were moving forward with this, we basically heard from the Office of Cannabis Management that, well, it's going to take too long for us to do the rules. And so in this provision, they include language that says the Office of Cannabis Management shall establish temporary guidelines through agency policy. Mr. President, I've never seen language like that before, that basically the office can make up their own rules before going through a rulemaking process. And I think especially since we had an amendment earlier in this debate that will require the Office of Cannabis Management to put forward these pre-cultivation approvals or these cultivation early cultivation approvals, I think that it's really important that they do go through that rulemaking process, that it allows Minnesotans to provide input, that we get the regulations right, and we don't rush this. Because I think that's been the theme of this bill. And that's why we have a 100-page bill before us today, is that last year's bill wasn't ready. There was a lot of things that hadn't had enough discussion, and I think this is another provision that needs more discussion, more debate, and we shouldn't have a runaround of our rulemaking and regulatory process here in the state of Minnesota.
Senator Port to the A59 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment, as was stated earlier. The rulemaking for our current medical cannabis cultivation moves over with this bill, requiring anyone who is licensed as a cultivator to follow the medical cannabis cultivation rules, which is clearly laid out in the early cultivation section that would be deleted in this amendment, requiring them to follow the strictest guidelines for cultivation, because we have the strictest protections for the cannabis that is grown for medical cannabis, for patient safety, for specifics like that. It does not require, or it does not even allow, some other kinds of cultivation like outdoor cultivation and things like that that will be licensed later through the regular rulemaking process. But to be clear, the early cultivation licenses have to follow the medical cannabis cultivation rules that currently exist in statute and were made through the rulemaking process, so I ask for a no vote.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in favor of the Rasmussen A59 amendment, and I share the concerns. So during my time here serving in the legislature, there have been many different bills over the years with different majorities, Republican majority, Democrat majority, House, Senate. And I've heard the term rulemaking, expedited rulemaking, et cetera, that there's an established process, and the executive agencies go through these established processes, whether it be standard rulemaking, expedited rulemaking, to come up with the rules. And I have very deep concerns with some of those. And I believe that rulemaking has been abused in the past, unfortunately. Because I believe I have strong concerns regarding ceding our legislative branch authority to the executive branch and allowing them to write the rules, where we should be able to do that. But now this takes it to the next level. Looking at this, temporary guidelines. And I'm very concerned about the precedent that this is going to set. Just as I've been concerned about the precedent set by the abundant use of rulemaking and expedited rulemaking where it's not necessary. So I want to see, I don't know, I'm genuinely interested if there's been a precedent in this, or if this is the first time it's been used, or if it's been used in the past, how was it used, what were the circumstances, and I truly don't know who to ask. I'm trying, in my mind's eye here, I'm trying to think who might have some tenure. The only mind that I can come up with, that I can think of, would be Senator Latz, if he'd be willing to yield for a question.
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I sincerely appreciate that, Senator Latz. I'm genuinely interested. I want to know if there is a precedent, or if there's been some circumstances where where we as a legislative branch have permitted or written to allow for these temporary guidelines, and if that is the case, with your experience and tenure here, if you might be able to share some of those, a handful of circumstances where that might be the case.
Senator Latz, to the question.
Mr. President, Senator Lucero, I regret to inform you that I do not know the answer to your question.
Senator Lucero.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Latz. Well, in my mind's eye, the most senior member I can think of would be Senator Rest, but I don't necessarily, she's not on the floor. Okay, I can't ask her. I'm just going over my mind's eye who might have some seniority here.
The only other senior member I see on the floor would be Senator Marty.
Oh,
I'm not sure if he's willing to yield.
I will ask him if he is willing to yield, Mr. President.
Senator Marty, will you yield? He said he will yield.
I appreciate, Mr. President, Senator Marty, and with a very sincere question. In your experience, in your tenure, have you come across the use of the temporary guidelines? And if so, could you just help share some of the circumstances that might have surrounded the previous use, if there is a precedent, so we can compare it to the present language before us?
Senator Marty, if you know the answer, Senator Marty.
Mr. President, Senator Lucero, I know we've used various things like that for temporary use, but I can't cite any examples, and I'm not sure. So
Senator Lucero.
Okay, I appreciate those sincere efforts, and I think what we're seeing here is, and I know it's catching people off guard. It was spur of the moment questions here, but I think what might be demonstrated here is that this may not have been used before, and that's why I have concern. That's why I am concerned of this continuing to cede authority, and this is a major program. And we're going to allow then the executive agency to establish these temporary rules, or guidelines, I should say, temporary guidelines, on a major piece of legislation and how they're going to operate. And I just don't think this is the path we should go down. We really should have some more solidified parameters as we move this forward. Hence the reason why I support the A59 amendment. Thank you, Mr. President. Oh, you know what? I would ask for a roll call. Thank you, Mr. President.
Roll call was requested earlier by Senator Rasmussen, I believe. Oh, great. So a roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment, because he would be the last voice that we would hear? Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the amendment, Senator Rasmussen. This is a good, worthy, and necessary amendment. And members, I haven't seen this type of language placed into bills in my 17 years in the legislature until this year. This year and maybe the end of last year. But we just had a bill in committee the other day that basically said there are going to be no rules. The department can do what they want to do. They were exempted from the exempted rulemaking process that we already have in law, the expedited rules, a regular rulemaking process, and this appears to do the same thing, and then write in that the office can establish temporary guidelines. Okay, members, it is important for us to remember why we have rulemaking process to begin with and where it originated from. And we have to go right to the Constitution of the state of Minnesota. I'm going to read Article 3 to you. I did yesterday in committee. So Article 3 of the Minnesota Constitution, Section 1, the only section in the article, division of powers. The powers of government shall be divided into 3 distinct departments: legislative, executive, and judicial. No person or persons belonging to or constituting one of these departments shall exercise any of the powers properly belonging to either of the others, except in the instances expressly provided in this Constitution. None of them shall exercise any of the powers properly belonging to either of the others. So let's think about this, members. The powers that this branch has, the legislative branch, the one that we serve for, the one that we are representing here today, the one that we are carrying out our work and activity for today. Our power is to write the laws of the state of Minnesota. Outlined in our Constitution, you go to Article 4, it's the legislative department. Outlines how we're supposed to work, what we're supposed to do, and how we're supposed to function. We had discussion about some of that earlier this week around Section 7 of that particular article. But our job is to write the rules, members, Mr. President, to write the laws, Mr. President, and members of the state of Minnesota. And so we find that we write laws and there are details around them that need to be worked out. Very, very time-consuming. Some of the details can't be foreseen by the debate on the floor, by the debate in committee, by the work of the authors, etc. And it would require even more volumes of statute than the 7 or 8 feet of statute that we have so far, that we continue to build, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So there's reasons, there's practical reasons that limit us from writing every single detail of every single bill as it impacts on the process of execution of those laws. So what has evolved over time is something called rulemaking, because if we write a law and write in there, and we do write in there, we give the executive branch authority to write rules, because those details have to be worked out. So when they write rules, if we give them the authority to write rules that have the full force and effect of law, we are granting or ceding them our authority, our legislative authority. Unless, members, you have the judicial branch overseeing the executive branch's development of those rules to ensure that the work that the executive branch is doing in writing those rules meets with and comports with the direction, the intent that the legislature had all along. And the people, members, are involved in that process too, as another piece of that constitutional protection that the rulemaking process has to make certain that we aren't violating Article 3 of the Minnesota Constitution. And members, when we have a bill come forward that turns over in the bill and says, the office shall establish temporary guidelines through agency policy, we are in direct, immediate, and clear violation of Article 3 of the Minnesota Constitution, right there and then. It's written right into the bill. And members, we can talk away and yearn away our constitutional authority and responsibility by saying, well, in that provision ahead of there, it says, the office shall require a person cultivating cannabis plants under this section to comply with any relevant portion of Minnesota Rules Parts 4770.0100 to 4770.4030, the medical cannabis rules. So it says, the bill says, because the people bringing the bill forward, and this isn't just you, Senator Port, I know there's a lot of people writing the bill, it's too inconvenient and takes too much time to go through the process to follow the Constitution and make sure we're doing this constitutionally. So we're gonna place in there the medical cannabis rules, and we'll just use those along the way and then give the department the ability to write temporary guidelines, however it wants to write them, through agency policy. That direct, clear, and very discernible violation of the Minnesota Constitution. And we've done it, as I understand it, twice in this bill, or maybe more. It's a large bill. I haven't read the entire thing. We had a bill in committee yesterday. It's like a contagious disease, Mr. President. It's a contagious legislative disease that is in a race to get their ideas and their legislation to the governor and signed into law at all expenses. And this is hurting our institution, it is hurting our state, and it's violating our Constitution. Why are we doing this, Mr. President? Because people are in such a hurry, they want to avoid the inconvenience of the process that is put in place by years of legislative work to make sure that our Constitution and our legislative authority, as outlined in Article 3 of the Constitution, is protected in the process of rulemaking, to make certain that the executive branch doesn't usurp our authority. And the way this is written, Mr. President, the way this is written, members, is it's saying it's okay for the legislative branch to usurp our authority, to usurp our authority, and they can do it through agency policy. That is a bad idea. It is a constitutional violation. It leaves the bill open to a lawsuit that would call it unconstitutional. It's lazy lawmaking, and we shouldn't be doing it. Members, I encourage your adoption of the Rasmussen Amendment. It will send this part back to the drawing board to make sure we don't directly and purposefully and unbelievably violate Article 3 of the Minnesota Constitution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Krohn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I still have concerns over this early cultivation provision, just from a workability standpoint and a rule of law standpoint. I think Senator Rasmussen's A59 is appropriate for those reasons, regardless of whether or not you agree with the policy decisions for early cultivation, and I understand the reasons for that. But I'm looking through this to elaborate that on a little more. One of the things, and I touched on this before, but I understand what happens when there's a violation of a statute. I understand what happens when there's a violation of rules after formal rulemaking by an agency, but I'm really struggling to understand what these temporary guidelines are that's set forth in this early cultivation section. So I was wondering if Senator Port would yield for a question.
Senator Port, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Krohn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Port. On line 115.6, it says the office shall establish temporary guidelines, and you indicated that those would go until the agency could adopt formal rulemaking. My question is, are there any consequences or penalties in this bill for violating these temporary guidelines? And if so, what would those penalties be?
Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Krohn. I don't know what those penalties would be. I assume they are written in the statute that is defined there, and what normal penalties to breaking rules for agencies would be. I don't think we list those all out in any bill. Has not been my experience here on any bill I've ever seen that talks about rulemaking.
Senator Krohn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Port. Yeah, I agree that if there were formal rules involved here, we would have an idea of what those penalties would be, and they may not be specifically listed out. But the problem here is that when you're directing an agency to establish temporary guidelines, that's not a normal thing. It's not something that would be easily understood because it's something that isn't common. I'm not aware of the formal legal implications of temporary guidelines. It seems to me like a shortcut. I understand why you would want to have a shortcut here, but we have to operate with the rule of law, and we have to understand what's going to happen if there's a violation of these guidelines, what these guidelines mean. We need to give some indication to courts and to the parties that are navigating their way through these. I just don't believe that this bill, while well-intentioned in the early cultivation section, is ready. I don't think that this is proper lawmaking. There's too many questions that don't have answers here. And so I think that Senator Rasmussen's A59 is very appropriate to take this part out and take out the uncertainty. And so I encourage members to vote yes on the A59 amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And building on what Senator Kroon was discussing, I also want to point out to members that this early cultivator section is not going to be going into Chapter 342. It's actually going to be uncodified. So there is no linkage between the penalties that are in Chapter 342 and the language that is here in the early cultivation section of the bill. And I think it's really important that before we pass a bill off the Senate floor, that we know what the penalties or even the remedy would be if we had individuals who are violating these so-called temporary guidelines that are set in agency policy. And I can't find in the bill any mechanism for the Office of Cannabis Management in state law that would allow them to enforce any penalties if someone were to violate these quote-unquote temporary guidelines. We already gave the Office of Cannabis Management expedited rulemaking. They can go through that process where Minnesotans can have input. We can follow our constitutional order, protect the power of each branch in state government. And so I think it's important that we remove this section because of those concerns, and I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A59 Rasmussen Amendment. Senator Morrison, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes no.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes no.
Senator Frenz votes no.
Senator French votes no.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Mr. President, Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Westrom votes aye.
And Senator Westrom votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 33 ayes and 34 noes. The A59 amendment is not adopted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A71 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A71 amendment. The Secretary will report the A71 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend House File Number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 43, line 2, strike or. This is the A71 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen to your A71 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request a roll call.
A roll call is requested and a roll call is granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. When last year's cannabis legalization bill passed, one of the missing components that caught many communities and many Minnesotans off guard and by surprise was that Minnesota, unlike any other state, I believe, that has legalized recreational cannabis, we did not have a ban on public consumption. And so unless we had cities or counties rush through ordinances, there was nothing stopping people from smoking or otherwise consuming cannabis on sidewalks and public parks and on other public property. That was a big concern I heard from local elected officials, and everyday Minnesotans. We've talked about the harms of smoking and having other substances on public property, and I think it's important that for individuals who are trying to walk down the street or enjoy a public park, that they're not exposed to cannabis consumption on public property. So the A71 would put in place that public consumption ban that has been followed across the nation by other states. I would ask for member support.
Any other discussion on the A71 amendment? Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I ask for a no vote. We already have restrictions around things like playgrounds and within restricted areas around playgrounds, schools, things like that. We decriminalized marijuana last year. I ask for a no vote.
Any other discussions on the A71? I see Senator Lucero. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I listened to Senator Port's answers there, and both of her examples that she cited were restrictions in playgrounds and schools. Those are both children. But how about adults? And I think that's what the Senator Rasmussen Amendment A71 is trying to get at, is on public property. Mr. President, I don't have children. I don't go to the playground, and I don't go to the school. I'm not picking kids up. I'm not dropping them off. But I do frequently go on public property. I think it is exclusionary to only cite examples where children are involved, because there are many adults that are not involved with children that don't want to be crossing the paths with these type of products. It is only fair that we pass this and expand the territory beyond schools and playgrounds to other areas of public property. For that reason, there's already a roll call. Let's vote green.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to the author of the amendment, and then we will vote. Senator Rasmussen, he wants no additional words, so the secretary will take the roll on the A71 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes no.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes no.
Senator Friends votes no.
Senator Friends votes no.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
And Mr. President, Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no. Senator, oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dames votes aye.
And Senator Dames votes aye. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A71 Rasmussen Amendment is not adopted. Senator Grutenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah. It's hard to believe we just voted that amendment down, to tell you the truth, with the implications for our young people and children. You know, before I end, I've got a series of amendments here. Most of them, they all deal with the protection of our children from the influences of the cannabis. You know, one more thing from the Center for the Disease Control, and this comes right from their website. on the impact of marijuana on teens' lives. It says, number one, increased risk of mental health issues. And we're not talking about minor mental health issues. We're talking about hallucinations, psychosis, and a host of others. The other thing we're talking about, teens, is impaired driving for those who have a driver's license with the use of marijuana. And I think last time I checked, we don't have a verifiable way to determine by the law enforcement whether the person's under the influence of marijuana or not. I don't know if that's changed. Hopefully it has. And of course, the third thing they bring out is the potential of addiction. How many young people, when they start smoking, wind up addicted? And members, if you ever worked with somebody who was addicted to alcohol, gambling, pornography, or illegal drugs, they will do anything to use this, to get what they're addicted to. They will steal from their children. They'll spend money that they should be buying groceries for their families. They will do whatever they have to under addiction to satisfy that addiction. And here we seem like we're allowing that to be promoted to our young people. So with that, members, I'd like to introduce the A70 amendment.
Senator Grutenhagen offers the A70 amendment. The Secretary will report the A70 amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen moves to amend House File Number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 42, line 21, strike in. This is the A70 amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen, any other comments on your A70?
Yeah, if Senator Port would yield for a question.
Senator Port, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Gruenhagen.
Okay, what this amendment does, it says that you can't really use cannabis within 1,000 feet of a public school, if you look at page 42, line 21. It doesn't apply to private property. What's the current provision as far as the distance you have to be to use cannabis from a public school?
Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Although any of us could look this up on our own, it is 500 feet.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Port. Yeah, think of it, members. 500 feet, divide that by 12, you come up with about 41 yards. That's less than a half a football field away from our public schools. My amendment would increase that to 1,000 feet. I personally think it should be 1,000 miles, but I compromised at 1,000 feet, okay? So I think we need to protect our children. I mean, you're talking about walking distance from the public school to engage with people who are using cannabis. So with that, Mr. President, I'd like a roll call and encourage a green vote to increase it to 1,000 feet rather than 500. Thank you, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a no vote.
Any additional discussion? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the A70 Gruenhagen amendment. Senator Morrison, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes no.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes no.
Senator Frentz votes no.
Senator Friends votes no.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Senator Kunis votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Mr. President, Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I compliment Senator Morrison. I don't know if she can get through her list so fast. It takes a while to get my members. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Daines votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Rarick, oh, he's here. Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Westrom votes aye.
And Senator Westrom votes aye. Any other votes? Seeing none, all senators having voted.
Mr. President, sorry.
Oh.
Had a late one come in. Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Who was the last one?
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. Anyone else? All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 32 ayes and 34 noes. The 870 Grutenhagen amendment is not adopted. Senator Grutenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, if there's one thing you know about me, I'm trying to protect the children, okay? I think all of us should want to do that. But the next amendment I have is the A51.
Senator Grutenhagen offers the A51 amendment. The secretary will report the A51 amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen moves to amend House File Number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 48, line 18, strike. This is the A51 amendment.
Senator Grutenhagen to your A51 amendment.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, what this does, it moves authority for the zoning and whether to open a store or not and the use of cannabis to local units of government. Now, currently, we provide a few little provisions for local government. For the most part, we mandate a state mandate on use right across the state of Minnesota, one size fits all. We do have a little caveat that if the population has to be at least 12,500 to have a pot dispensary, according to the information I have. Here's the thing, members. Is that a radical idea to allow local government to decide to zone and whether to have cannabis available for their citizens? Well, let's look at California. California tends to be a very progressive and radical state on so many issues, and let's see what they do in terms of legalizing marijuana. Well, according to Proposition 64, each city and county in California can decide whether or not to allow commercial cannabis activities within their jurisdiction. What a novel idea, members, to allow local control of whether or not cannabis would be available in their towns publicly, or even to be able to have retail openings on it. So, members, I think this is a very reasonable request to allow local jurisdictions. I think it is unreasonable to take a one-size-fits-all mandate from the state that you will allow opening of retail stores, and it's how it's used. So, members, trust your local elected officials in the city and the county. They're the closest to the public. They will reflect the will of the people that they were elected by. So, members, I do ask for a roll call, and please vote green.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, being that we were not the first state to legalize cannabis, we were able to learn from all of the other states that came before us. Every single state that's come before us that has allowed for prohibition to continue based on a county or city's decision has found that those areas are the ones where the illicit market has an opportunity to continue to grow. Members, I ask for a red vote.
Any other discussion before we hear from Senator Grutenhagen, who's the author of the amendment, before we vote? Seeing none, Senator Grutenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for your response, Senator Port. You know, one of the things we got to do about all these studies that we're quoting, you've got to look who funds the studies. You know, that's The Tobacco Institute used to fund studies that said that there was no danger to smoking. The stadium people were they do a study to show the benefits of stadiums, and they were building the stadium. So money has corrupted the studies, and here we have a common sense amendment to allow local elected officials to set the jurisdiction for the people they represent, rather than a one-size-fits-all mandate from the state. Even California, I think Colorado also, I have a friend that lives out there, recognizes some local control. The little bit of control we've given amounts to absolutely nothing with a mandate to foist this onto everyone. Members, please vote green and return local control to your cities and counties. Roll call. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A51 Gruenhagen Amendment. Senator Morrison, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.1.
Thank you, Mr. President.
40.7, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Uma Verbatim votes no.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes no.
Senator Frentz votes no.
Senator Friends votes no.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just one note. I don't think we need to do anything about it, but last vote, the A70 amendment, actually Senator Draheim did vote aye. I missed that on my sheet, so I don't think we need to re-vote, but I just want to go on the record on video that he did intend to vote aye, but I will not go back to that yet. So Senator Anderson on the A51 votes aye.
Senator Anderson on the A51 votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Westrom votes aye.
And Senator Westrom votes aye. And there's a guy by the name of Senator Jasinski. I was wondering if he was going to vote.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Any other member? Senator Wiesenberg?
Mr. President, I have not gotten a vote back. I apologize.
Nope. I just want to make sure that we don't forget anyone. All members having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A51 Gruenhagen Amendment is not adopted. Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, another disappointing event, but at least we got a recorded vote who wants local control and who doesn't. The other problem we have, members, is we have a bill that really opens the door to the exploitation of our minor children in school and our teens. And what I mean by that is we don't have, as we discussed before, a consequence for the sale to people under 18 years of old. I have the next amendment is an A54, members.
Senator Gruenhagen offers the A54 amendment. The Secretary will report the A54.
Senator Gruenhagen moves to amend House File Number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 14, after line 26, insert. This is the A54 amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen to your A54 amendment.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, what this does, the A54, it changes the age of minor in all cases for the sales of crimes to those under age 21 rather than 18, with one exception. There is one case where changing the age would lower the penalty, and that one we excluded in subdivision 5. So members, what we did last year, we actually lowered the consequences, the legal consequences, for the sale to our young people of amounts of marijuana, which we know the consequences. Mr. President, Senator Port would yield for a question.
Senator Port, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Senator Port. You know, I have an original quote from you last year that I just wanted to see if you would confirm or refute. The quote from last year's bill said, on HF 100, Senator Port said, juvenile decriminalization of use and possession of small amounts of marijuana was intentional. Would you confirm or deny that you still believe that?
Senator Port, we're on the A54.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, decriminalizing possession of cannabis was intentional in the cannabis decriminalization bill.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Yeah, well, thanks for that response. Members, I want you to think about that, because we're talking about juvenile decriminalization. And what we're doing here is raising the consequence to minors back to under age 21. I just don't know if you don't realize the Pandora's box we're opening to our young people with the current bill. It is going to be a disaster. And the consequences, I read from the CDC website, of the use of cannabis. And the cannabis today is much stronger than even 20 years ago. Much more addictive, which much more detrimental health effects. So members, I urge you to protect the children and vote for the A54. And let's put some common sense protections for our minor children in terms of their exploitation and addiction. And Mr. President, I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I ask for a no vote. This is already a crime for anyone who sells to anyone under the age of 18. This has nothing to do with our young children, as is often repeated. I ask for a no vote.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing no other discussion, Senator Gruenhagen, any final words, or should we just vote? Senator Gruenhagen. The Secretary will take the roll on the A54 Gruenhagen amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Uma Verbaeten votes no.
Senator Uma Verbaeten votes no.
Senator Frentz votes no.
Senator Frentz votes no.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weber votes aye.
And Senator Weber votes aye. And I'm wondering if a guy with the last name Jasinski is planning to vote. Senator Kroon, you can't be at another person's, senators, you're not supposed to be at another person's desk while we're voting. Anyone else going to vote? Anyone else? All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There are 31 ayes and 34 noes. The A54 Gruenhagen amendment is not adopted. Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, you know what I think? I think we should have a law that before you can be a legislator, you have to do 5 years of jail ministry, okay? So that you can observe the exhaust of addiction on people's lives and how it destroys them, both their families and also their health. But with that, I'd like to offer the A46 amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen offers the A46 amendment. The secretary will report the A46 amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen moves to amend House File number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 14, after line 26, insert. This is the A46 amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen, the A46 amendment.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah. Basically, what this does, it returns us to where if you sell cannabis to a minor and you're more than 36 months older, that it's a felony rather than just a misdemeanor to anyone under 18 years of old, or 18 years younger, 18 years and younger, rather than just the sale over 2 ounces, which is in the bill currently. Members, I'm not going to ask for a vote on this. I'm just going to ask Senator Port, would you please provide some protection for the children from addiction and exploitation of addictive products? We have it on alcohol. We have it on pornography. We have it, you know, look at your movies that are rated from G all the way to X. Why do we do that? Because we know that it has detrimental effects on the psyche of young people. They're much more subject to addiction. And what we're doing here, and Senator Port did confirm, she wanted to decriminalize juvenile use of small possessions of amounts of cannabis. Well, you know as well as I do where this is going. I mean, members, I can't believe that you don't care more about the protection of the children in terms of addiction and exploitation. And that's the door we're opening with this bill. But with that, they didn't want to protect the children with the last one. So with that, Mr. President, I'll withdraw the A46.
The A46 Gruenhagen amendment has been withdrawn. Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. You know, this is, you know, for the people who have hung around for this debate, I think it's been quite a thoughtful one. There's some, you know, we've nibbled around the edges about some amendments, and I think some amendments we could have adopted would have made the bill better and actually safer. And unfortunately, they run into some kind of buzzsaw about it's a Democrat idea or a Republican idea. Mr. President, I'm going to offer an amendment that at one time was a bipartisan idea. And I've offered it twice in committee and also on the floor. I mean, twice, including those 2 places. And but for the fact we had a recess because we were out of time, it actually might have passed in committee. On further review, it became, 2 teams fighting each other about an idea. And I just think this topic is just too important, and the risks to some of the people who are going to be caught up in this are too grievous to not at least raise the issue one more time again. And Mr. President, maybe this is the time that individuals will actually look at this amendment and go like, you know, we really are putting younger adults in peril. Mr. President, so with that, I will offer the A66 amendment.
The Secretary, Senator Abler offers the A66 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A66 amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend House File number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 25, lines 4 and 5, strike 21 and insert 25. This is the A66 amendment.
Senator Abler, to your A66 amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And to accomplish that, it takes 17 pages. There's so many 21s in there. It's like, hey, what do you think we have 21? I think that 21 is a good number. I think that, hey, how about 21 is a good number? Over and over again. So there's no accident that it's 21, Mr. President. And I think that would make tremendous sense if this was like buying a fancy car, buying insurance, buying a home. We have lower ages for tattoos. And Mr. President, and even drinking. And people are like, wow, alcohol ruins so many lives. And we kind of know that. But the young people who drink alcohol really don't actually find themselves in the harm way of what happens to these individuals, especially with the increased potency. Back in the olden days, Mr. President, in my era, we had substances that were like 1/10 of the potency of what's going on now, and even less, because of the extreme potencies now. And so it's not even you shouldn't do it if you're under 21, but there's really no consequence. The principals have no authority to help the young kids even think that's anything but fun. We have gummies, and that's a whole different story, Mr. President, and I might have had a hand in that inadvertently. Apologies to Minnesota for that one. But there are very few products available, Mr. President, to people who are over 21 that can cause psychosis and schizophrenia, hallucinations, psychotic breaks, violent acts, anxiety, and suicide. Because we just don't think about it. But Mr. President, you know who thinks about it? The parents of the young adult who ran afoul of this. The parents of the 22-year-old who I met. And they said, I just want to be gone. They were so miserable. And they never knew they could get caught up in this. And I don't know, I imagine the individuals sitting in their room listening to this who already voted no, are like, they're kind of yawn, like, oh, there he goes again. Who cares? And, you're just talking about reefer madness, which we joked about when I was in college, about what could happen. Well, Mr. President, reefer madness came true for some of these parents, and I do not know how anybody with any clinical expertise or academic expertise or business expertise or even who just knows how to read can't pick up the literature about this and go like, holy buckets. This is not a safe thing, particularly for the developing mind. And I don't have a long speech, Mr. President. I know you wish I would go on a little longer to even perhaps to persuade you. But I'd like to persuade you, Mr. President, if I could talk 2 hours and at the end of that time, somebody would decide, yeah, we got to change our mind. We got to help people not come to grievous harm when they're just thinking this is no big deal. What we got now, Mr. President, we have 16-year-olds who are forbidden to use it, but there's no consequence, who think this is like just something to do. Hey, I'm going to go to some gummies and go to class. I'm going to go, vape a little bit in the bathroom. I'm going to go and have a party and we're going to have some beers and do a little bit of cannabis, hash, or whatever stuff they're going to be doing, thinking it's no big deal. And imagine their surprise, Mr. President, when they find themselves time going on and they are experiencing hallucinations, psychosis, depression, and maybe even consider suicide, and we could have made a difference about it. We had hearings in our committee. There was a fellow there who, I don't remember his name, he had a bandana, as I recall. He had ingested a lot of cannabis that morning, and he was actually kind of amusing. But he was 45 or something. Mr. President, I don't care what a 45-year-old does. I don't care what a 26-year-old does. But I think that the 45-year-old, he's like, this brain is so stable that it's not going to cause these harmful effects. But as a clinician, as a father, as a community leader, as a person who thinks we have a duty to protect our citizens from really harmful things, this amendment needs to go forward. Mr. President, there is hardly anything we have done and that we know is going to cause harm. In the bill, we already have some money to treat people who become psychotic and who become dependent and whose lives are ruined. Not enough, not near enough. And some people think, well, it's going to be a great tax revenue source, so your grandson can become psychotic. Good idea. How much would you pay, Mr. President, for your grandson not to become psychotic, hallucinogenic, depressed, and consider suicide? I would give all my money. And I would, for the sake of the people here, I'd even increase my taxes to have that not happen. And so, I don't know. I don't know if anybody's being persuaded. I don't know if anybody's even listening. Because I keep looking at you, Mr. President. That's our rule. I would love to eyeball some of the people on this Senate floor and look them in the eye and say, seriously? You're going to put my grandkids at risk and their grandkids at risk? I don't know. Mr. President, when I came here, I promised to do 3 things. Work hard, do my best, and always tell the truth. And so this is me doing my best one more time. We're about to begin this into a whole industry where everybody's going to get it. They can go to the store as a 21-year-old. And Mr. President, I urge people to consider this amendment and think we still have a time to have harm not happen to these amazing young adults who just think this is no big deal. Thank you, Mr. President. And with that, I would request a roll call and request a green vote. Thank you.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Abler. We had this conversation last year, and at the end of the day, in this state and in this country, we have decided that at 21 years of age, you are an adult. It's when you can do many things as an adult, many more even at the age of 18. To set a different standard for one substance just isn't, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I ask for a red vote.
Any other discussion? The Secretary would take the roll on the A66 Abler Amendment. Senator Morrison, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Umer Verbatim votes no.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes no.
Senator Frentz votes no.
Senator Friends votes no.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Senator Kunis votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
And Mr. President, Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
And Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. All Is Miller going to vote?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
And Senator Miller votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 27 ayes and 39 noes. The A66 Abler Amendment is not adopted. Senator Eichhorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will make a few comments first, but I will have a question in there for Senator Port if she'll yield when I get to the question here in about 30 seconds.
Senator Port will yield. Senator Icorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to touch on some of the business aspect and out-of-state businesses looking at our cannabis industry coming into the state. There's certainly been a lot of excitement about business opportunities for folks coming into this state. And there's been some concern from folks in my community about out-of-state businesses. There's one in particular that was the subject of several news stories. I think Senator Port may have even commented on it as well. So the question I have is there anything in this bill or any other work still going on to make sure that Minnesotans are the one that benefit the most from this? My understanding from the intent of the original legislation was that Minnesotans were going to get these opportunities first, not big out-of-state corporate entities. And so that's really my question, Mr. President. Is there something or is there any other work being done to make sure that we have Minnesotans that benefit the most from this?
Senator Port to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Icorn, for this question. It's something that as this industry is taking shape is one of the pieces that keeps me up at night. It's really hard to write into legislation residency requirements for businesses. That's been ruled unconstitutional a lot of times. And so we knew we couldn't put specific residency requirements in. However, we did add this year requirements for true party of interest, because we've seen in other states that some of the ways that large MSOs that come in from out of state flood licensing systems with sort of shell corporations or multiple different application types, different licenses, trying to appear to be multiple people, but really are just one huge operator. By putting in true party of interest requirements and giving some teeth to them here in Minnesota, we're hoping that that is one of the ways that we can really cut down on this. And also by prioritizing micro and meso business applications and licenses early in the process to ensure that we're getting those small folks into the market and stood up early helps to ensure that we actually have an industry in Minnesota that is built around sort of the same way you can think about craft breweries with microbreweries, craft breweries, and sort of the large operators. We're hoping to have that same sort of ecosystem here in Minnesota. It is really hard to guarantee, but we continue to try to find places like the true party of interest this year to make it more likely for Minnesotans to succeed.
Senator Icorn.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Port. I appreciate that answer, and I'm happy to hear that there's still some work being done on that front, and I'll certainly offer myself up if I'm able to help you in any front there. Like you, I trust Minnesotans and want to see, even though I didn't vote for the bill, since this is law, I want to make sure, like you do, that Minnesotans are ultimately the ones that benefit from it. I'd hate to see these tax dollars going out of state when I believe the intent was for Minnesotans to be helped. I have another such kind of company in my district that hopes to operate and has run into some struggles. So I do have an amendment on that front that I would like to offer, Mr. President. It's the A101 amendment.
Senator Icorn offers the A101 amendment. The Secretary will report the A101.
Senator Icorn moves to amend House File Number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment as follows. Page 58, after line 22, insert. This is the A101 amendment.
Senator Icorn to your A101 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the A101 amendment simply adds in the social equity section that is a woman who operates a woman-owned business as defined in section 116J.8737, subdivision 1, paragraph N, would simply add women-owned businesses and defines that as at least 50% or more of the business is owned by women. I've actually got a couple women in my district that are looking to start a cannabis grow operation, and they've run into some roadblocks, even with state government. And so they were hoping that we just made sure that women were called out so that they do have the opportunity to be a part of that social equity piece. We would love to see, this is a local group of women that have been in the northern Minnesota community their entire lives, and so this is kind of where that's coming from. I know it's a piece that was important to you. Hopefully this is a friendly amendment, but we would like to see women owned and operated as part of that equity piece, Mr. Chair and Senator Port.
Senator Port to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Eichhorn. I know we had talked last year about considering women as part of this and knew we would run afoul of legal trouble there. Perhaps the women-owned business piece of this gives us some cover there. I would say I'm willing to accept this as a friendly amendment today, understanding that we'll check with legal and work with you through conference committee to make sure that it does actually pass the muster we need it to.
Senator Eichhorn.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Port. And that's why we used a section that was already in law trying to tie to that, because we worried about that as well. Initially, I was thinking on the front of the Minnesota-owned business piece. I know that's away from the amendment. And how do we get to a point to have an amendment that would say Minnesota-owned businesses only, or 25% or something like that? We knew we would have trouble getting there. And in talking with the folks in my district, they were still comfortable with this piece. So I do appreciate you willing to include that as a friendly amendment. And I think it strengthens the position a little bit, and I do appreciate you working on that with me. That's all I have, Mr. President.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. As one who is strongly in support of women, I ask for a roll call, and I want to make sure there's a recorded vote.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussions on the A101? Seeing none, the Secretary would take the roll. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Umover-Baden votes aye.
Senator Umover-Baden votes aye.
Senator Frentz votes aye.
Senator Frentz votes aye.
Senator Kunish votes aye.
Senator Kunitz votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
And Senator Fateh votes aye.
And Senator Fateh votes aye. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dame votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
And Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
And Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 64 ayes and 0 noes. The A101 Eichhorn Amendment is adopted. Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know you'll be saddened to hear that I have our last amendment, the A102 amendment.
Senator Coran offers the A102 amendment. The Secretary will report the A102 amendment.
Senator Coran moves to amend House File Number 4757, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 69, line 32, after the second business, insert. This is the A102 amendment.
Senator Coran to your A102 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. What the amendment does is it eases some of the burden on some of our local government entities. Presently, they'll be required to do age verification checks at cannabis and hemp businesses every year. While it makes sense for cannabis businesses because they're selling age-related products or age-restricted products, it doesn't make sense for all the hemp businesses. There's over 3,000, I think it's almost 4,000 hemp registered businesses in Minnesota. It'd be a huge burden on them to check every year. And what this does is it moves that hemp sellers, could be a gas station just selling a couple products. It just moves that requirement to, they have to do age checks at least every 3 years. So with that, Mr. President, I request a roll call and a green vote. Thank you.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Port to the A101 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I ask for a no vote on this, particularly as the industry is getting up and running. We want to ensure that people understand the requirements of who is allowed and is not allowed to buy cannabis, and local units of government doing age verification checks at places that sell cannabis seems like a reasonable assumption that we can have during these first few years.
Members, I said A101. It is the A102 amendment. Any other discussions on the A102 amendment? Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll on the A102 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes no.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes no.
Senator Frentz votes no.
Senator Friends votes no.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
And Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. Members, please vote. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 35 noes, the A102 amendment is not adopted. Yes, Senator Nelson.
I did try to push my green button, but the board was closed. I would like to record a yes vote.
We will record a yes vote, but you were sitting there, and I kept reminding you to vote, and you were not voting, and that's why when you voted, it would not work. But we will record that. So the record would just say that you have voted aye, or would have voted aye, but we don't have any other way of recording it because you did it afterwards, so we would have to undo everything and do it again. And that would require a motion to reconsider from someone who was on the prevailing side. Senator Dibble.
Mr. President, having voted on the prevailing side, I would make the motion to reconsider the last vote.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, we are down on a roll call vote. Members, and if I can remind you, the reason why I keep saying members vote is to remind you. So please help us, okay? Any other discussion? The secretary will take the roll on the A102 Koran amendment. Senator Morrison, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes no.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes no.
Senator Frentz votes no.
Senator Friends votes no.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Senator Kunis votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
And Mr. President, Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
And Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. Anyone else? Senator Jasinski. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 35 noes. The A101 amendment is not adopted. The secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 4757, a bill for an act relating to cannabis, transferring enforcement of edible cannabinoid products to the Office of Cannabis Management.
Third reading, Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I appreciate the thorough discussion and debate on this really important bill today. And I think to start with, it's important to lay the foundation for why we're even talking about this bill. The original bill to legalize cannabis was passed about a year ago, and already we find in front of us a 100-page bill to make changes and to make fixes. And I think there was a lot in last year's bill that needed fixing. However, some of the most important fixes were voted down today by Senate Democrats. For example, making sure that there was a penalty for underage consumption or possession was voted down, even though all we were offering was to match the penalty with that for alcohol. Unfortunately, now our local law enforcement, our schools, won't have tools they need to ensure that children are not consuming and possessing cannabis. We did not fix that issue here today. We also, Mr. President, talked about a very problematic social equity section in this bill that we're changing because the Office of Cannabis Management doesn't think is constitutional. So today we offered to remove this problematic language and to have a merit-based system, but that fix was voted down. We also talked about peace labor agreements, and I'm glad that a bipartisan majority rejected adding on more peace labor agreements than was in last year's bill. However, we still have this very unusual requirement on Minnesotans who are seeking to get a business license. In addition, I thought we had a very common sense proposal to ensure that individuals who have been convicted of crimes of violence not be given preferential treatment and be allowed to use the fast lane when it comes to their social equity status. However, that too was voted down. And then lastly, Mr. President, I'll just mention a couple of fixes that I think a lot of Minnesotans were asking for, which is a ban on public consumption. States that have legalized recreational cannabis have, almost universally to my knowledge, had a ban on public consumption for cannabis. And then when we offered an amendment to ensure that individuals who have violated our state's cannabis laws, who are breaking the law currently, also don't get fast-tracked when it comes to getting a license, that too was voted down. So we have a fix-it bill before the body that doesn't include some of the most important fixes that I heard from constituents over the interim that were needed for this bill. And so regrettably, Mr. President, I'll be voting against this bill today. I think we will continue to see cannabis fix-it bills in the future, And my hope is in those future bills, we will have provisions that focus on the health and safety of Minnesotans, on the health and safety of Minnesota's youth, and make sure that we're prioritizing that and not just preferred interest groups, giving them a fast lane to get business licenses in this industry. So thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity, and I would encourage a no vote.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. And one of the things that I have not heard in today's discussion is something that is incredibly important to a number of Minnesotans, and that is their Second Amendment rights. And I think one thing that gets missed in a lot of these conversations as we talk about the legalization of recreational cannabis use in Minnesota is that it is still a federally regulated drug. And for anybody who gets a license to grow or to process or to sell, or anybody who purchases marijuana, you are now going to be in conflict with federal law, and thus that would make you a prohibited person from owning or possessing firearms or ammunition. And I think that part of this discussion gets lost a lot of times. And when we're talking about recreational marijuana, I mean, that's a choice people can make, and I hope they're aware so that they can make a good choice for their lifestyle. But I think one of the things that we have to consider, and part of what we did last year and part of what's happening here, is we are rolling the medical marijuana into the same office, and folks who use medical marijuana are also under that same issue in regards to their Second Amendment rights. And I'm wondering, Mr. President, if Senator Port would yield to a question.
Senator Port, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Port, I have a constituent in my area who is very concerned about this and so involved in the issues around marijuana that he ran in the special election for Senate District 11 as a candidate under one of the marijuana parties. And I know he has reached out to me on many occasions about the exemption that Minnesota can reach out to the federal government for around medical use marijuana and yet being able to have their Second Amendment rights protected. And I know I've shared his contact information with you, and can you let us know, I mean, have you had some connection with him, and has there been discussions around the new office? Because I know in the past, state agencies have not done anything around this. But are there discussions that our new office will in fact look into this so that people who use medical marijuana will have the ability to have the medical use and still potentially get that federal exemption so that they can own and possess firearms?
Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for bringing this up, Senator Rarick. It is particularly helpful information right now as the federal government has said it will be rescheduling marijuana to a Schedule III drug, which allows for it to be used for medical purposes. So that will no longer be a bar for people who are using cannabis for medical reasons. They will no longer have that prohibition, but we did also put into the law last year a piece requesting that the agency does connect with the federal government to get that waiver anyway. It should not be necessary anymore as they reschedule it, but yes, that is in process.
Senator Eric.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Port. I hope we continue to follow up on that. We all know things can get hung up, and even though the federal government tells us they're going to do something, like they've told us they're going to fund a number of things over the years, things can happen and get in the way. So I hope we continue to keep our eye on that issue, so in case they do not follow through, that we are then asking for that waiver so that we're protecting folks. But again, I want everyone to understand around the use of adult use cannabis for recreational purposes, you are making a choice, Minnesota. By doing so, you are giving up your Second Amendment rights, and you should be very much aware of that as you were going down this road here in Minnesota.
Any other discussion on House File 4757 before we go to the author of the bill for final comments? Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this is a topic and a subject that I brought up numerous times about this bill, and my concerns. There's a number of concerns, but one of the things that I had hoped to see an amendment to fix was the piece where local governments must issue a letter that says it meets the zoning, building, and fire code requirements. Now, I don't know of a jurisdiction out there that does not have some type of zoning board to do that piece of it. But when you come to outstate Minnesota, there's much of Minnesota out there that does not have a building official or a fire official to say that that structure that's going to house this cannabis business meets the building code and fire code. So I had hoped to see that we were going to see an amendment saying that we were going to do this as the authority having jurisdiction to fix that. But the way this bill is set up to go right now, I believe that those jurisdictions out there that do not have someone qualified to say that the building where this business is going to be occupying meets the building and fire code won't be able to get a license. Either that or we're going to have local officials saying that it meets the current codes when it actually doesn't. And the concern there is a few years back we had two young lads deciding that they were going to extract the oil out of cannabis in their grandmother's home. What people don't understand is that's a volatile operation, and as they tried to do that, which is illegal in this bill, I will say that's illegal to do, but young lads do stupid things. And as they tried to extract that oil, they started a fire which cost the life of their grandmother. So making sure that these businesses are in buildings that meet the building and fire code is an important piece that I think gets lost in greater Minnesota. And I hope as this goes forward that they take the effort to fix it. But right now, because of that and others issues that I have here that we tried to fix today but couldn't, I can't support this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, the final comments will be from the bill author, Senator Port, and then we will vote on final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This bill improves and streamlines the licensing process and supply chain. It strengthens our social equity goals, accelerates the transition of enforcement infrastructure and resources, and it expands protections for medical patients. It works to ensure a successful market launch and supports the industry and Minnesotans involved in the industry as it grows and develops. Members, I ask for a green vote today and want to send a special happy birthday out to our Office of Cannabis Management Interim Director, Charlene Briner. Char, I got you a 6.5-hour debate for your birthday. Members, vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on final passage to House File 4757 as amended. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes aye.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes aye.
Senator Frentz votes aye.
Senator Friends votes aye.
Senator Kunish votes aye.
Senator Kunich votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
And Mr. President, Senator Fateh votes aye.
And Senator Fateh votes aye. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson B. votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Barr votes no.
Senator Barr votes no.
Senator Dames votes no.
Senator Dames votes no.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Weber votes no.
Senator Weber votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 32 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to.